Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and here is another one of my coding live streams. And I see people are beginning to show up in small numbers. So here's the thing, I'm still working on that reverb stuff, but I've had some big ideas about what I'd like to do about it. And today is going to be trying to implement as many of those things as possible. Firstly, I'm going to jump over to display overlay land. So here is my new format for running these reverbs. And you might notice, or anybody who does show up later, I've sort of started right up rather than sitting on titles for half an hour this time. No longer does it say delay. Look, it says D6. So if I can't put numbers in variable names, that's an immediate problem, but pretty sure I can. And what would happen if we did some of these in a similar way? Like, for instance, see, there's a reason behind this. I have something in mind. I'm going to be doing something with this. Hopefully it'll go smoothly. If not, it'll go unsmoothly. But here's the thing. So if I do a find and replace, and selected text only. Now those ones are D6, but these ones are D5. And I can continue in that pattern. Which I will go through and do for all of these. These are the previous ones. But I might want to have them around for experimenting purposes. Hey, Paul. Be careful to assume that I am doing object-oriented coding. I really do not like object-oriented coding, and I'm the last person to be tarred with that brush. I am faulted for doing like old-school type everything out coding, to the point where some people would find it appalling and unbearable. So if you're worried about not being able to follow what I do because it's too object-oriented, then rest yourself at ease, because it's not. In fact, there are many like smart programmer tricks where they're doing all manner of stuff like this, but they always have to make it more complicated so that they can spend half an hour writing a thing in which they only get to push a button once. My theories are slightly different than that. Here we have a D4. You might be able to guess what I'm going to do with that. Ooh, and one thing I can do is delete that reference to a pre-delay. Okay, looks good. In fact, I can move that over there. It's still on the screen. And bada boom. And looks for some more 4x4s. Whether they are properly formed or not. Some of those, like Galactic, originally was not a 4x4 matrix, and you can see that in how I've got it laid out. This follows on from the stuff that I was doing on Tuesday, defining things. And that'll follow through in all of these as well. And then I got to just do the 3x3s, and then we can start doing the version where each time you compile it, it'll swap out different forms of reverb algorithm. Looking good. Although I won't want to use that, because here's a better example of what I'd want to use, or this one, because it has all of these things defined up to P, whereas the real galactic, the last four are not used. It is a 4x3 matrix, which is not actually correct as a householder matrix. Or to be clear, it's kind of correct. It worked, but next thing. So I'm kind of saving the real gotcha for this. It's not a gotcha in that something bad happens. It's a positive gotcha where unexpectedly good things happen. So let's see. There's our 3x3. Notice that we're making them all a very similar pattern. There's a reason for that, and there's a reason I'm not simply reusing like delay or D for all of them and just having different numbers of them. No. This is using a very similar phraseology for this stuff, but they're all distinct, and there's going to be a reason. There we are. All those K plates, they had early reflection stuff, which I don't find as useful anymore. Like, it didn't help K chamber at all. K chamber was actually very poor, but it's fine. And there we are. So I saved this. All this stuff is now reprogrammed, and these are delicious because it says but that's just me setting it to a new here, I'll show you. Here's what I have running at the moment. And we can do, say, a 300-seater. All of these are set to neutral, so they are all the same relative amounts next to each other. You get to adjust it that way. But I've got some new stuff going on as follows. Look at how that's drawn. What I've done is I've used a sine math calculation to alter the loudness of each of these delays as it comes through. Normally, it would be a tube-like thing, it would look a lot like a green tube with the center of it being the most vivid. And then you can see that the edges fall off. That's because a reverb distribution of delays in householder matrix. It makes many delays, but they're not evenly distributed. And evenly distributed would actually be good, but it's not looking for evenly distributed. What it's looking for is, do not let any of those reverb values go too high. Everything where the reverb values have gone to really high numbers is getting rejected, and it's churning through all the possibilities as it goes. So what I did was take a sine calculation, and sort of right here in the middle, where it's the most vivid, it's altering the loudnesses of what goes into the measurement capacity, and is counting and displaying differently from what you see. or it's displaying what you see, but what's actually going on inside is the opposite. So what does that mean? It means I'm running a little calculation with a sine wave based on the length of that entire window from the very beginning to the very end. And I've set it up so that, well, first thing I did, hey Tariel, nope. First thing I did was set up the sine wave so that if you run it, and, well, as long as I'm doing this, this is a fine day for me to just show you things. And I think we're done with this, so we can save it and quit it. I can quite easily show you the thing I'm telling you about. It won't fit on the screen very well, but that's fine. So search 3. And here we're calculating this stuff out. And you can see the code in here. This line of code that says disk delays t equals disk delays divided by this sine calculation in here. This might be the correct format. I don't know if I have too many parentheses in there. Also, it expects an indented block, but I can do that. Oh, but I'm doing it wrong. Give me a second. I'll get there. Inv delays equals, and it has to have the bracket t. So if I do this, that is the same code that we're seeing there. But what I need to do is, see, this is a sine, and it's a variation on the full length of the window. Like that float t divided by float array size gives me a fraction, and array size is the end of the window I'm showing, and 0 is the beginning of the window I'm showing. So 0.5 would be exactly halfway along. Sine takes that and turns it into a wave that goes from 0 to 1 to -1 to 1 to -1 infinitely. So if I do this, actually I can go a little harder. And then I run this without actually having changed anything here. It's going to refer to the visual, which is what's in inv delays today. I was doing that this morning. And it's going to show you something. There's going to be a missing part. See? There's a blank place in this green that's being drawn. Actually, I can make it go even harder. Let's narrow it down even more. Sines approach 1 and -1 very gradually. So here's what I'm doing. I'll run it in the 2000 size arena. I've been adjusting all manner of things all morning long. See? I made it do a thing where if the measurement thing I'm doing, the sine, gets up to 1, this is the peak of what that repeating sine wave is doing. So what we've got inside the program is a measurement factor where we can make a sine wave, and that is the peak of it. In fact, I can narrow it down even more. Let's make it a little empty spot. 999, I bet we'll still be able to see it. And I'll do 1,000 Cedar Hall. Boom. There you go. So that is showing where that part of the algorithm lines up. And if I move this down just a bit, you can see what it actually is doing. So why is this interesting in any way? I'll tell you. We're doing two separate things here. We're doing inf delays and disp delays, and they're both being made out of the same thing, which is the green data as it's coming in. I tried to place it so that it was sort of exactly in the middle of my reverb clouds. I have the data for this, and it's just about to the point of me being able to hear what it does. But I'm telling you what I'm doing. Consider it as this reads like left to right and down the screen and is a long array, a long reverb tail that just wraps like it's a succession of letters, except for it's a succession of pixels. And this is my visualizing thing that I do with this particular program. And this variable, this value here that I'm doing stuff with, and you can see I'm doing various stuff with it, and the times 8 is part of this. And it starts at 0 and ramps gradually up to 1, and then it'll continue to wrap around and it'll go down to 0, and then it will go to -1. And then at that point, it's basically off the end of the array. We're no longer caring about what it measures. And I'm overlaying that onto a reverb path where I'm correcting it for something. And there, with that one, the middle point of the sine factor is hitting a little bit early, and then there's one that's a little bit later, so on and so forth. And what I'm doing is either multiplying the data value along that pattern where that dark place is the very peak of it, and then the very beginning and past it, there's another 0. There's a 0 here, and then there's another 0 on the opposite end where it's become dark because there aren't any reverbs anymore. And you see that I am doing opposite things with the algorithm that I've got, which is new from this morning. I did this algorithm this morning. Inv is showing the result. Disp delays is how we calculate further things. I decided, even though the multiplying is actually display, but I'm leaving disp delays for all the calculating because it's less of a pain to go through and change it all. Although a simple search and replace would do that, granted. So where we're at, we've got a value that goes from 0 to 1 in the dark place there, and then back to 0 again. If you multiply something by 1.5, it's basically half of pi. Let me show you some of what happens here. Inf displays is that should be a period. Thank you. Inf delays is the display part. Disp delays is what I'm calculating on. I'm doing opposite things with it. What would happen if I changed this to 1.0 minus sine all of this, which goes from 0 to 1 and then 0 and then -1 again? Well, doing that means it's going to turn the amplitude down very aggressively if we get to that point in the center that you saw, that I made a dark line across there. So we'll go back to our 1,000 seater arena, and this time we're calculating the same. but we're not displaying the same anymore. Check that out. This is what happens to the data if you apply that algorithm and have it ending up around 1 or whatever. I'm only applying the display data there, and it's still able to think around its own stuff. The other one has not been altered. The other one, as you can see, is still divided by 1.57079, etc., etc. What that means is if you subtract a sine from it, it's still going to end up being about 1.5 or so. And this is frustrating me a little bit because I would like it to update. It looks very one-sided here. And I was kind of hoping to have a better example, so maybe I will try to force an update. There we go. Okay, now only thing that shows through is on the other side, and now we're starting to see stuff showing through on either side of this middle section where it has been darkened down to where you can't even see it anymore. Here's what I'm talking about. The density of these reverbs tends to be very, very heavy at this point, at the middle point there. That's what I tuned it to. If I change the display in this way, what's going to happen is it's drawing the darkness of the green brighter on either side and much dimmer in the middle where the algorithm is canceling it out. Without the display trickery that I'm doing, this is what is currently in the publicly available version of Into the Matrix. I uploaded it as well. Bear in mind that we are also calculating out, let me, I want to force it to settle on something where it's showing on either side rather than only one side. Because my hopes were that it would line up in that way. Maybe I need to have it based on longest and shortest, but I'm not really sure what I would do to sort that out. So the brightness of the green is being modulated by this. Well, what happens if you do the same thing with the evaluation function where all the greens added together and then you pick the lowest score? Because you want the green to show up as least bright. What will happen when you do that, because it's not changing any of the actual numbers over to the right there, it's only evaluating them differently, is that we're going through thousands upon thousands of trials of different combinations of numbers, and it is going to favor whatever shows up the least bright in the green channel. And we're artificially suppressing reverb stuff that ends up in the middle here. We are forcing it to be centralized. And you know, I think I can even hack this a little bit. If we reverse this behavior, look at what happens to that. I'll go to a 2000 for a little more granularity there. So what's happening now is we're evaluating by the same thing that we're looking at. It's going to seek stuff that is least bright. As such, it's optimizing for combinations of numbers where everything is going to be centered along this line. See, this is why it was struggling before, and now it's settled into a neat set of updates where it's basically satisfied with what it sees there. I have set up the numbers so that it arrives at black through maximum green, measures the maximum one, and it gain stages the brightness of the green by that. What we're seeing is that the combinations of numbers are increasingly centralized. It's doing a thing where it's trying to make all of the brightness land in that middle band. And you can see I've darkened it because that's what I'm doing. I can even, as long as I keep it in a comment, which I believe I can do. There we are. So I just moved that out of the way as well. Oh, you can. You absolutely can. So watch this. We have both of these multiplied by 1 minus sine this thing, which centers on what's usually the most intense section of reverb. If the distribution is similar, it's going to end up zeroing in on reverbs that are all in the center. And it might look pretty innocent that way because it's dark and fairly featureless. But what that actually means to the code is comment that out completely. We will now display it I'm also going to uncomment this so that you see where the hotspot is. And now if I run this even on a very big reverb, here's the thing, and this wasn't existing here before. We have now removed all of the variety from this reverb. In fact, we can remove even more than that. Let me rerun it. See that red band there? That's what is insisting upon these spacings between reverb entries being a distribution of spacings, but we're kind of forcing that not to be a thing. So if we stop that from even being a measurement at all, we're going to get an even tighter cluster of sounds. Because it no longer cares about the spacings. And I think we can even jump in and make it not care about the, yeah. So check it out, we're ruining this reverb. When I run it in Godot Mono, I'm pretty sure I'm getting a certain number of what it thinks are errors. It runs, but it doesn't run cleanly, as it were. So check this out. Because of the weighting of how I am weighting this reverb, rather than being a reverby space where it's like a cloud of echoes coming back and it sounds natural, I'm forcing it to be the most densely packed kind of pseudo slapback thing that it can do. It's centered on that center point where the sine maxes out. And even though we got a 2,000-seater room, it is absolutely forcing everything to be exactly the same delay length. So why would this be mattering to me? And I'll tell you, it's because I'm kind of trying to do more of the opposite than that. Like if we're not doing that, I've got the display showing what is naturally being produced there. And we've got a very bad evenness of distribution. I would like to have selections of random numbers that just naturally produce a completely even sustain of echo returns. This is not what normally happens. Normally it tends to be a cloud where it's quietest at the beginning, and then there's a dense part in the middle where most of the echo is happening, and then it becomes quiet at the end. But I'd like to be able to make it be more evenly spaced than that. I think it would sound good. So if we do this, what we're seeing is both a, let me see, I can surely, well, let's take a moment and see whether the error number in mine is also doing the same thing. It might or it might not be. I know when I build, I have all manner of errors from that, and yet it still builds. Let's quit out of here, see what it has to say for itself. Funnily enough, I don't see all that many errors in the, oh no, hang on. I spoke too soon. Let's make this so that you can see everything. Gotta see what the screen looks like and position the window correctly on it. See where it says debugger? That's probably what you're seeing. So I'm getting this. That's interesting. There's everywhere where it says integer division, I already knew it was doing that. Everywhere it says float is converted to int, I already knew it was doing that. That's most of it. There are ways that I can specify this. The ones I'm curious about are the ones where I didn't expect it to say that, like this. Now, given that it's griping about that, one thing I could simply do is comment that out and see if it's still happy. Yeah, these are all things where I could care about it, and maybe have not decided to. For instance, array size divided by 785, it might be, because image created doesn't want to be given floats. An array size is int, so I don't know why it's complaining. I do not understand that part. Like, I know I'm doing an integer division. I'm doing an integer division on purpose. Anywho. Yeah, because that's already an int, so I don't understand. Though that is also something that I can do, so we can see what it does there. We're going to have a bunch of complaints still, but maybe it won't have that complaint. And I'm doing a much smaller one, and it's doing the same thing as it was before. It's all as close to that peak as it can go. This will produce something that sounds bad. And let's see what we have. It says integer conversion decimal part will be discarded when I've already told that it's int. So if that's not good enough for you, I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Godot engine. Let's go back to the stuff I was talking about, which made better sense. Here we are. So all of this is about maximizing this behavior. We'll go back to the 2000. And funnily enough, what I'm doing there is making the central bright part be even darker, but I'm also doing that to the evaluation. So the difference between the bright green line in the middle before and the extreme darkness of what it looks like now is what I'm feeding into the evaluation function, which, I remind you, it's looking for the lowest possible values from adding up all these green pixels. So it's looking for the least green output. And it will throw away anything that doesn't help it get there. What I've done is forced all of these delay times to be as similar to each other as possible. I don't know if it can actually go, well, it can't if the naturalness and spacing and darkness and depth are all this, but I can update those, can't I? There we are. So now what you're looking at is the same function either way, where it's going to try to find the darkest possible, least green possible display, and I've just weighted it to do it a particular way. And rather than having the amount that it's being evaluated by 1.57, etc., minus the correcting factor, we're just going whole hog and making it apply as much correction as it possibly can. So if that alteration in the code is making it produce the worst possible reverb, what happens if we do the opposite? Well, for one, I think I might end up needing to trim this a little bit just to make sure I'm not dividing by 0 anywhere. But if we do the same thing here, what's going to happen is now it's applying the opposite correction, both in display, and we're going to assume it's able to get through. Maybe it's not. We shall see. Maybe it's applying such a good process that it's not able to do a damn thing. Wouldn't that be interesting? So how about instead of messing with it there, just for laughs, I will put back the original variable, because maybe I'm getting past demonstrating this forever, and instead I will go to the additional coding I was going to do today. I just wanted to explain this at length because it's been all morning I'm working on it. Aha. So what this is doing now is it is both evaluating the center parts of that little cloud more aggressively, but it's also displaying them more aggressively. So what we see here is kind of the opposite of what we had, in a sense. What we see here is a evaluation and a display. They're both the same data as before, but this time, rather than trying to make all of the delay lengths be the same, it's trying to make the delay lengths come out with the widest possible distribution of dots, of delay returns. Livorian, I am using Godot to do this particular, but this is not a plugin. This is how I make plugins, or reverb plugins specifically. So where we're at, we're looking at how it evaluates. And how it's evaluating is weighting things very heavily towards that central area. There could be stuff on the outside edges, and we're not even seeing it because it's not contributing to the total sum. We're looking at what it understands as it's weighting one reverb against another. Well, technically, for the console X does. So the final step in this is to int delays is the display part. And remember, when we see, I'm trying to figure out which angle I had this in. So if we turned this to 1.0, it'll exaggerate this effect in the display part, but it's evaluating by the opposite. And we're still drawing the black line in the middle to show where the cloud goes. And here's what we get. Somewhat exaggerated. And it'll do a little bit better in a moment. So what we're doing is we're trying to have the it's evaluating reverbs by the amount of green pixels and how bright they are. So this has been at this all morning. If I seem tired, yup, and I've been at this all morning. I'm waiting for it to get past the point where it can display something for me again. And I've got the display brightness hacked to darken things as much as possible, rather than just displaying the output or what's being evaluated. Because again, here's how this do. And you know, with the display part darkening to complete blackness, you can't even see the marker in there. And it seems quite happy with this one, but tell you what, I can force it to try a little harder by progressively making these evaluation functions relax. So there we go. As you can see, it's drawing extremely intense bright pixels on the outside edges of this. So these functions that are going between opposite extremes, the one is using the function to multiply, the other is using the function to divide. You can see how it's doing what it's doing. And what it's doing is the dark area is the area where it's evaluating most intensely. My hope is that if I stick with this, it will end up showing what it's showing literally right now, except for that I don't actually get a black line in the middle because I've already got that down to blackness anyway. And the evaluation is something that I can push harder as well, I think. So I've got this full value, but I remember if I did this, and then I can also, well, I'll have there be a single black dot in the middle of all that. That'll show you where the center of the sine is. $2,000. Here's the code. So what we're doing here is maximally exaggerating what this does to the evaluation. And again, what is becoming dark on the display is what is being evaluated more aggressively in the evaluation. And what we end up seeing when it's perfectly balanced, and I think that's what it's going to be, is if it's perfectly balanced, that's what we'll get, is a cloud of reverb like this, where it's this dense wash and it's all about the same density. And this is the opposite of what we had before, where it was a dense cloud of returns and all the reverb, all the delays were about the same value. This is a really wide distribution of values, and it's trying to optimize for the most even distribution of returns across the entire space of the delay. And you can see the little slot, which is the 0 point, the center point there. I am almost tempted to go in and, except for I don't know if I don't think I have a convenient way of doing this. I wouldn't mind putting like a white pixel at that exact center point to see how well it distributes around it. But yeah, so the farther away that goes from 1.0, and I can't do a divide by 1.0 minus sine because it will just crash at the point that it is divide by 0. The farther away it goes from that, the less effect this calculation will have. But the more effect it has, and I've increased it somewhat here, the more it's going to be going for a sort of even distribution of stuff. And I can, in fact, skip this bit, exaggerate this bit even more, add another 9 here. If I can't have a single dot showing where it is, at least I can have a effectively a black dot showing where it is. What I'd like to do is calculate exactly what that t value is, but I'm not really on top of what that's going to be. It's going to be a sine factor. Or maybe I can work that out after all. So let me see. So if it's exactly halfway across, it would be 0.5. What I'm shooting for is when the number representing t is at exactly 1.57, etc., which we show here. Thing is, I'm also multiplying it by 8. So what if, and it's going to be a factor of array size, that's the thing. I'm a little stuck, don't mind me. Because it's going from t to array size, sine 0.5, and let me select this and see where those parentheses go. Up, sure enough. Okay, so that's helpful. So this is all within the sine calculation. What that means is Well, let's mess with it some more. So if I can do this, I can do it in another place and draw a white spot where I want it. So it'll be array size times a fraction of some sort. And we need to get to, so we're doing times 8 to get to the peak, and the peak is in fact 1.570, etc., 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 etc. This can do math for me. Why am I worrying about that? But this isn't going to be a large number, is it? So times, make it smaller. Grab my peak of the sine number. And then we're going to do math in here and see whether it's the same and we'll set inf delays to be, which is probably going to make that register as a bright green spot. So here's the question. Am I going to have a black dot in the middle of the bright green spot? Or I could do it the other way around. Yeah, let's do it the other way around. This at least should work. It'll be the brightest spot. And let's see whether I've calculated that out properly. 2000. Little drama stuff. I think maybe I got there. Of course, it screwed up the calculations of everything, but that's not a problem. In fact, let's take a moment and widen that. And let's do it in a smaller window. See if it still does the thing. That's going to be a nope. That didn't work at all. Huh. Interesting. But why not? It was happy with the larger array size. Hey, Cowbless. This is fooling with weird stuff day. Do I need to include the sine in there somewhere? So I'm trying to calculate. See, here's what we were doing before. I'm getting bogged down. I'm not going to let that bother me because I'll tell you later about why today is an interesting day to be grappling with stuff. So that's what had me fooled in thinking that this was a dot exactly where I wanted it to be. It looks a little bit like it is. And we're sure going a while without generating any new reverbs. Why is it not kicking in? What's this little problem? Well, that's charming. One thing we're doing is we're actually displaying correctly. It might. It wouldn't help me here. Why is it drawing based on the array size? Oh, see? So we've got a little blank spot there, which is where the middle is supposed to be. It's pretty consistent. But I don't seem to be able to draw the green spot where that lives, even though that is consistent. So maybe I'm just... Maybe rather than array size, I need to operate it on half array size somehow. Let's see what happens. Don't see any signs of that working any better. So imp delays array size times fraction means that's going to become smaller, which would be correct. How far can I go? Can I make it be like right in the beginning of the... So this should be putting a green pixel like right up front in here, and it has. Okay, cool. So at a measurement of 200 seats, we do successfully have this sitting in the same place. We're just going a ways before new updates, and that's concerning too, but I am fooling around with stuff a whole bunch. So there's that. What happens if I tell it to be this? Godot engine probably needs that. I wouldn't say Into the Matrix needs it, but Godot engine is probably the thing that needs that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh. See, we keep having it in a place which is not useful. That seems wrong. I don't like that. I don't know why it did the thing. It's doing a thing, and it's not a thing that I like. And then if I run it like this, I have, in fact, correctly located it. No, I have not, have I? Okay. Let's try divided by 16. Dividing by a smaller number is going to have this move farther along, because we're just updating one of those. And now I can't see it. Why is that? Why do I not have a visible spot? Is it because I am doing this? If that's why, it'll show back up again. I think I might have an idea as to what caused that, though. I think if we've got values in there, it's possible that it's drawing it on top of what it was doing. But that would be changed if I put a parens in here, close paren in there, and then +1. Let's see what happens. Got there. So what was happening is the way that these things draw, it originally was based on it being prime numbers and what that means, and that might be worth an update here as well. When it was prime numbers, there was always a space between, which is not going to be relevant to what we're doing here now. Like, see how t int in range 2 array size -1, 2. Might not need that stuff the way it is. In fact, that might be a bad thing. Because rather than not seeing half of the information because it's spaced according to prime numbers, now it's skipping over all of the even numbers, and that's no good. No two-stepping. For that matter, no delay two-stepping either. Full resolution throughout. And let's see, where was I at earlier? Here. Meaning I no longer need this, do I? Okay. Let's see how different this is. Interesting. It looks real weird. It's being drawn real dim, and it is drawing on top of where that spot was. But I might still be able to zero in on where that spot belongs. So I will go back to this. After having just, and this is all temporary, by the way. No, +1. And in fact, I'm making it so dark. Let's make that be less extreme. No, it is not. Okay. So this is looking suspiciously like every other line. And it's not supposed to be that, but I'm not absolutely convinced that that's what it is. I'm a little confuzzled, but that's normal for me. This is not going to be one of my great days of spectacular high performance or anything like that, and it's fine. Let's go back to divided by 8. Now that I can see that where it shows up, by the end of the day, I hope to put this to actual use. But I started with demonstrating why it does some of the things it do. And this is me. Look at that. That does look kind of like at the middle point. Question is it still at the middle point if we use a larger room size. I think that points to yes. I think it is. And what we've done is by putting that point in, we're forcing everything to be well, hang on a second. There's a way I can test that. You can go ahead and make fun of me, but it's all the same, really. Boom, got there. That looks very much like I can use that position as a spot representing the center of the cloud. I think that's where that resides. And I can test it out by doing the larger size, or indeed a random size. I don't think it can go that high, but we can go this high. And if it still has the little blank spot in the middle and then the dot, namely this one, in fact, this window is already showing that, I'm going to say that's the correct answer. Neat. The significance of that is I can then move that calculation elsewhere. Cut that, delete this. We can have the display be updated. Oh dear, I've taken away the, hang on. Let's not take this away quite so quickly. Also, let's not take that away quite so quickly. So different order of sequence here. Copy. These should be the amounts I had before. That can now engage. This gets copied and removed. This gets deleted, and now that I'm no longer having to use it to find that half sine number, we're good. And I then take this other line of code, draw on the reverb on the display. After that point, it's time to draw a point. So that's kind of screwed up. But no matter. See, here's the number we want. Here's the thing that I just deleted. Actually, I'm going to go back to that just because I'm not sure of it. But then here's how I draw a white spot at the exact center of the reverb. Firstly, white spot, easily visible. Then, instead of t, we're using this new variable. Oh, what's your little problem? Well, fine. You can do this. Then we should be okay. See, it's casting. Oh, I beg your pardon. What on earth are you talking about? Piece of code? What in the world is your problem? Oh, I see a problem. See where it says array size and int array size? We got a double copy of this over here. That's no good. So what do I need to do in order to straighten this out? Straighten this mess out. Yeah, I can't imagine how it wouldn't be hard to follow when it's hard to do. So please show me where those parentheses live. Display set pixel. That seems correct. It's casting it to int. So it needs to cast that to int. Copy that. My problem here is that we've got two copies of this sitting here, and it is not supposed to be doing that. Instead, it should be just a comma, and it's scrolled off of the screen. Please help me. That should have that section which is clearly copy-paste errors. I don't know why that's there, but it's there. And in theory, if I hit Command-Paste, it's going to go back to, or is it? Oh, no, wait, maybe I don't want this parenthesis to be here. How about that? Let's see if you can build. Okay, let's see if you draw a white dot in the relevant place. Okay, so the thing that concerns me is I've got my white dot in the relevant place. That's all cool and all. And I've updated everything the way I wanted it. But it has a tendency of looking, I don't know, comb filter or whatever. It looks like I'm only seeing every other dot. That seems wrong. I'm not sure I like it. And yet, this is drawing each dot and is doing it as a solid color, so why is it not doing that here? This is supposed to be zooming in on the middle point to the point where you can actually see where the dots are, but see, like it's okay, but it doesn't feel, it feels like there's lines of black every other pixel through that display, which is why I have it being displayed a certain way. Am I simply iterating over that on every other pixel? Is that what I'm doing? Ha ha ha! It is. That is what I'm doing. Look at this. See, I'm no longer using primes, so it's no longer guaranteed to be only odd-numbered pixels. But look at this. This is where we draw the dots on the screen. And see where that comma 2 is? That's showing only every other pixel. Now let's see what this looks like. All of this insights over simple, dumb mistakes. Whatever. Point being, this might end up looking cool. How cool can this look? It'll be twice the resolution as before, if that's true. Ooh. Okay. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, I think we have a update for all of the different algorithms along these lines. And I think this is going to work going forward. Let's draw it a little bigger and brighter. We're still using all manner of numbers, not just prime numbers, to define this. That does indeed look like there's more granularity in there. And again, we have the little zoom in on the bars, which are showing how much of each factor is affecting things. Excuse me. Also, I can exaggerate some of this now, can't I? Look at this. Watch this. In delays, this is the one where I can make it sort of blank out the center. And this is the one where it has a more profound effect. So I can simply bump this up. If I bump it up to 1.2, this could become a variable. This could become another setting. which could go between, well, there's limitations here. Currently, the way it's set up, this is a one-sided avoiding having too much in the center. And that looks like this. We're tending to emphasize, again, me talking my way through all of this. Maybe I should go and make another cup of coffee because this is turning into a giant excursion. Walking my way through this, first I demonstrated that if you make the sensing function sensitive to stuff lining up exactly in the middle, you wind up with all these delay numbers being exactly the same, or as close to that as possible. It'll be a weird, unpleasant sounding thing, especially if the naturalness and spacing isn't on point. Whereas what we're doing here is the opposite, to the point where it is darkening the center of the image. And the hope of running this over a really long period of time is to get to something. I'm not actually satisfied with how that point with the white spot there. I am happy with how it's working around the combination of prime numbers and odds and even numbers and so on. It's supposed to be giving me that finer detail, and I finally got it to do it by not having everything only operate in steps. That's definitely worth paying attention to going forward, but I've now pushed this a little too far in the direction of that was originally like a prime, oh no, not a prime, half of a sine. But there's no special reason it would have been that. And the closer to 1 each of these get, the more they do different things. Like the closer to 1 the display one gets, the more it makes that center point be dark relative to the outside edges. The closer the evaluation one gets to 1, which it can never go completely to 1 because then it will divide by 0 and crash, the more it suppresses stuff in the middle by weighting it against the other points that it generates. And as it's weighting it, what it's doing is multiplying the stuff in the most densely occupied area like where it's most sensitive, it's magnifying, it is dividing by less, and where it's farthest away from that center, it's dividing those by a larger number, by 1.4 with less subtracted from it, which means that the stuff that's not in that center area is getting weighted less. And we have a expected distribution, which is probably represented by the brightness of just delays. Like, I think I can get it so that if it's showing a pretty consistent shade of green, that's probably consistent with it evaluating appropriately as well. Kind of like this. Kind of like if it's doing stuff lined up evenly across that central point, is it going to be a big wide area? Let's run it on a larger seat size. And that is looking like the display and the evaluation I'm wanting. It's going to try to evaluate based on not having too much at the center of the function. And I'm trying to get it to zero in on what's essentially the target number of seats. Like right there, it's going smaller, and it's going smaller still. I've been adjusting all manner of stuff. Now it's larger, but throughout it's applying this correction factor, which I haven't had before this morning. And the goal is to make a distribution of reverb returns where it is a essentially solid featureless sea of green in here. So I wonder whether maybe my adjusting what if not adjust the display factor at all? Now we are simply looking at what the real density and distribution of it is, but the evaluation is getting weighted. Okay, neat. Again, what I'm shooting for in doing this and getting it to work is the ability, if I am weighting this correctly, and if all of these reverb returns are getting stacked up the way they get stacked up, I want to make a featureless sort of dim, well actually it's not going to be dim green, but it'll be textured. A essentially green rectangle, a wash, that does not look like the side of a tube. It does not have it falling away. And it's impossible to have the thing distribute itself in that way. And yet that's what I'm shooting for. So here's the thing. So if I'm doing that, then I am sufficiently satisfied that I want to be watching the actual output. So we're assigning the raw delays. This is the raw brightnesses. It's literally what the data is. But I need to weight it differently. So we're dividing it by this. And the harder we go, the more it's going to fight to not have stuff in the center point. And if this works, I'm going to need to update all of my other stuff as I go, but continually trying different settings. If it can all be made perfectly evenly, and again, we're looking at raw output here. If it can be made to run perfectly evenly, and we're looking at the raw output, then we're looking at the distribution of what all these points are. And can you have a distribution where the, ooh. Okay, so logic engage here. So I feel like I'm going to like put on some stream audio, perhaps while I'm still running this. Like, let's literally run this the entire time, but I'm also going to put on a piece of music of some kind or other. And I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee, but not before. Oh, hang on, what do we got? Please show me the, there you go. So what I'm thinking is I'm gathering the collective amount of all of these, but I'm also generating a maximum brightness value, and that's how I'm scaling it all. So in theory, if this is doing the featureless green rectangle the way that I want, that would mean the maximum brightness was as low as possible, and that could be another evaluation factor. I'm already generating it, but I'm generating it for display purposes. So this is me going, I know I need to see green amount equals most. Most is having this added. The display is the raw output. And then where do we get to? So we do that and we do this. And then we scan through and measure max of our display. So for doing that, oh, also, okay, we did all this. We're only adding brightness each time, which is actually making it run a little faster. So that's nice. So we're not actually doing anything more here. And then we iterate through displays total. We iterate through it, not referring to this because this is just stacking things based on the combinations of sounds, but we iterate through based on range. What that would mean is I'm having the entire green calculation cumulative. But it doesn't have to be. It could be the largest result. And what would that mean? Well, we only have to run this once. Having done that, we produce this most, which gets assigned a green amount, and then that's the relative amount. Adjust green scales everything back. If we do this, we're tracking the highest scoring one rather than any particular one. And that might be an effective, again, I'm shooting for having a featureless green pane, which would equate to exactly the same thing as perfectly even distribution throughout. The closer I can get to that, the better I think it's going to work. We're weighting it in these various different ways. The weighting of it is also affecting what Well, hang on. Weighting of it is probably still good. I guess we'll find out. And most equals, it's either going to be that or itself. So it's going to be max or min. So the larger that becomes, times adjust green, which is scales based on the position in the window too. The larger that becomes, the happier it shall be. So it wants to be max of the new value or itself. Please don't give me a pop-up menu where I don't want it. It's distracting and confusing. It gets worse. They had started doing it where AI has all manner of suggestions and confuses you. Let's see what we did. This might not work. This worked. Interesting. So what we are currently doing is everything gets scaled by how many times stuff overlaps. So we're no longer doing an aggregate. We are running on literally what is the most even arrangement of these combinations that you can have. Even though it's a very large number, it's a 6x6 matrix. So that's interesting. So what does that look like if we have a larger matrix? A 2000 matrix. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to perhaps get some music going, if it'll let me. It will. Yeah, forgive me, that is not useful. That sounds terrible. But I can fix that. I won't be able to hear it, but I can pipe this through to the stream. And I'm going to do just that. I'm going to go off and make a cup of coffee because I'm really charging ahead with this stuff so hardcore. Oop. So, coffee making music over. We are still evaluating this thing here. Although spacing is posing interesting questions. And what I'm going to do right now is copy this over so that I can hopefully hear it before the end of the day. Command A. Copy. And we'll paste this in after all these other ones that I also have not heard yet. And we'll quit out of here. So that might end up interesting. So here's another interesting factor. We can make this demand larger values by running it again like this, at which point it will favor stuff in the center, and I believe that's what it's doing, to the point where it's fighting with well, actually all my stuff is having a very high effect at this stage. Maybe I need to attend to that. Also, I see in chat's asking, have you been doing this? Yes, I have been doing this, but there's a lot of work in it, and this is as far as I've got. So I've got more work to do on that. But updates regarding those multi-channel compatibilities, these are literally the multi-channel compatibilities you were asking for. They are underway. So here's our counterbalancing. Here's where I weight each of these things. I'm going to try this. So in 200 seats, I have a reasonable balance. I don't think I have anything quite like that. It would be Mac only. That's the problem with it. That seems legit. Remember, I'm weighting it so that it's going to have all of its echoes in the center at this stage. And that seems to be working, even though it fights it. I have to try it as a larger size. I'm changing all of these things around the algorithm, seeing what they do. Oh, okay. Well, that's different. So this made R wildly overrepresented, although it seems to be sneaking back, and that's interesting. So R is overrepresented because we're setting it up here. I originally had square root array size. What do I get if I do this? Surely that will make the red factor become extremely insignificant and tiny. And it did. Although not completely, as we can see. So that's neat. So I have another change in store. And I need to test run it again on a different size, such as what happens if we tell it to be 90? Not much. Well, it does seem able to work, but we've just canceled out what that did. See, here's the thing. I have to come up with algorithms that will work for 3x3, 4x4, 5x5, and 6x6 matrices at array sizes between small closet and Titanic Stadium. So this is not easy, or at least I'm not finding it easy. Maybe if I do similarly to what the green is doing, and we'll have it scaled just by array size. That might work. This is like 6 to the power of 6 or something. I forget exactly. Oh dear. Okay, we don't want that. Let's see what we just did. Is it showing up right? Nope. It's too much of this. Too much of this. If we then tell it to be a much larger hall size, does that become worse or better? Or neither? If this is even worse, it's even worse. Maybe what I'm looking at is times square root of array size. If so, then telling it to be a small place might have the opposite effect. It's still kind of excessive. Okay, let's see what we get with... This is on the assumption that the amount that this gets in the way... Oh, I've done it wrong. Hang on. Slow down. I did it in the wrong place. This is a just read. That was not. And again, I have high hopes of actually getting something useful out of all of this by the end of the day. I will tell you later why this is a significant day. Build. And here's our little 80 seats. Okay, that's the kind of distribution I was looking to see. Also, one thought, Suburban Vampire, problem with a really good surround reverb is you don't necessarily want every channel to be exactly the same and none of the channels to converse with any of the other channels. That will maximize like 3D space, kind of. But it is also completely bereft of inter-channel crosstalk or reverberation going into multiple places. Okay, that's still fairly strong, but it's looking about right. It might be also worsened by the fact that I'm doing another thing at the moment, which is making this come out worse. This should make it come out a little better because there's more spacing now. But goodness no, it's not better at all. In fact, it's much worse. Why is this? Why do you care only about... I can think of some reasons. Calculating it out this way, it only cares about naturalness and spacing. That bar graph is showing nothing but R in the evaluation, and I kind of needed to be able to show G as well. That's no good. That's not good. We have a problem. So time square root array size. Let's double the square root. That's technically cube root, but Godot doesn't have that. And we can run expensive functions like this in this place because we're only executing it like once. Back to here, are we showing reasonable results in any way, shape, or form? No. So if our whole problem here is that we cannot scale according to array size, let's remove those and go down to where we are actually doing. See, here's green calculation here. Rotate it, green calculation again. And where it says disp delays t, because if it's only a what is the least, it does not matter in the slightest whether this is multiplied by itself or not. It's just going to pick the best performer. So now we're going to simply magnify it. We are simply going to multiply it by array size every step of the way. Is that going to make these converge enough? Because it 10x each time, you see. God bless, we're fairly similar people. I too am prone to the daily driver food. I do a lot of stir-frying chicken with rice. Okay, it's capable of running and it's predominantly green, which I think is correct for this state. Default 200-seater. Also predominantly green, but I see little hints of the other ones. Okay, so the question now is, seeing as I've made both of those dominate in the green, is it going to continue doing that at a larger size, or is this going to be a sea of red again? We're balanced, and it kind of did. It's not exactly a sea of red, but it's showing very highly there. Red means its calculation of naturalness and spacing is producing a high score that's contributing a great deal to the end result. And it's now hit its most recent best and is not doing anything further. And again, I've got this all set up to exactly equal weights. They can be adjusted in different ways. For instance, I can lower this and this, at which point it should theoretically force an update. Yeah, I've seen that YouTuber. And it has. at which point now the input of the green evaluation is predominant. And it looks to be doing a pretty good job, but remember something from 5 tangents ago? I switched it to the opposite. It was trying to make stuff be more centered on that one central area. That's not what I really want. So can we, actually this 1.1 is probably fine. If we do this, it is now dividing, and what that's going to do is it's weighting things. So it's going to be more willing to have a high output value, most here, if that high output value is either very early or very late, which is way less likely to happen. So the point of doing this is, rather than what it was doing previously, which was having all of those delay lengths be about the same, so that everything stacked up, I am going full core for this central measurement thing where I'm trying to get a featureless block of green. We're looking at literally the raw output, slightly exaggerated. In fact, I can exaggerate it even more. How about we make this grainier looking? I'm going to want to do as much of this as I can. But let's see what we can do about exaggerating this effect. And here's how that happens. So Inflaze T is the raw output, but we can scale it. And we can scale it like this. Now it's on an exponential scale, or a logarithmic, I guess, or whatever the scale is where you're multiplying it by itself. It's no longer linear. We are still keeping track of, well, green amount is most contribution to the weighting, but we have a separate thing going on where we're measuring how bright the dots get. And our max dot is based off of inf delays. So what we've just done is made the background texture of this darker green. And in fact, that's exactly what's happened. Its maximum output is still full green, but a lot more is darkening up. And the goal of doing this, and the various evaluations I'm doing, also it feels as if, looking at the output of this, it feels as if it is trying so hard to darken the center area around that white dot that it's narrowing the appearance of that. And of course, the appearance of it is literally the output loudness at that point in the decay. So I'm going too hard with that evaluation. 1.1 is too much. Let's try 1.4, but not go full on towards what it was before. Use a different number each time. And I'm just going to watch that go a little bit. I'm going to watch it try to do its thing. Harsaya, I have made a point as the transient designer. I don't think Bezier Comp translates into a transient designer, although it works very well for what it is. Okay, so what I'm looking at right now, we could simply evaluate this on the basis of no correction, at which point typically the center where the little white dot is on the output screen, typically the center is going to be the loudest bit. What I'm doing here is manipulating the weighting of it so that it tries to force that center area to not be the loudest bit, but I also don't want to suppress it so hard that it forces it into extreme positions, like, which it will do. It's capable of doing that. And again, what I'm shooting for is using these behaviors to cause this altered brightness, which is causing a sort of speckled looking green area. I want that to be as close to a featureless green rectangle as I can get it. And there's no reason to expect just random householder matrix output values would give you that. They're going to give you more of like a Gaussian distribution. They're going to give you more of bright spot is in the middle where the little white dot is, except for it's going to be a little bit different each time. It makes me wonder if I can have the white dot moving around based on longest decay. That could be a thing. When it says 8 to 105 milliseconds, what that means is the very first dot in this black area up in the top is so dim you can't even see it, but it's the first one. And then in this black area after the reverb is the final dot, which is going to be way down here somewhere. That's the duration. That's what the millisecond thing says. And the white dot is actually relative to overall array size, within which all of this stuff should fit. Calculus, I don't know. In theory, I'm not going to be touching console X going forward, so I'll just do other ones. I don't tend to make things be backward incompatible. If you're using something, you're supposed to be able to continue using it, and I do care about that. So let's see, how does this look? Like what we're doing here, the goal of what this is about. And I might have, okay, so that's funny. I've got array size to be sure. I do also have longest and shortest. Those should track to specifically positions along this. If I can make the sine, oh, that's going to be a bear though. Oh, I don't want to deal with that. If I can make the sine weighting track that rather than array size in total, I can more effectively dial things in based on what the exact reverb length is and push way harder towards that attempt to have it be the featureless green block. Hey, Grins. Well, it's a momentous and interesting day, but one of the things about this day is I'm pushing really hard on Into the Matrix, even though I don't rightly, like what I'm generating right now, I have no way of listening to. I haven't updated the program yet. I will. I just got caught up in doing this, and it just kind of got out of control and went hog wild. And all manner of stuff is happening now from it, but it's a little bit It's been a ride. It's been a ride. No mistake. So let's see, if I quit out of there and run it again. $2,000 size. It's about as big as I can make them. See, so that's kind of what I'm talking about. And the way this is being evaluated is so different from all of the other generators that I need to put in some work in bringing them all up to speed. They're very consistent in many ways, but that's going to be a bit of a pain. But that's the thing, like, the way this is working, oh yeah, I want these to sound kind of special. It's already getting to the point where the distribution of these is starting to get to more of like what I want. I wonder how this does affect the other ones. Like, I mean, granted I can do this. I had it at 1570. Let's be a little bit cheeky. Golden ratio. Everybody loves that, right? That is also going to have it not be as aggressive a result. We'll fire it up on a 300-seater and see where we go. So what this is doing as it goes, the interesting thing about that is that white dot, which represents the middle of typical generation within this array size, doing what I was just doing is forcing that to be suppressed relative to other sounds. If I don't do that suppression, it will just end up being a sort of Gaussian distribution, and it's shooting for the least possible. Like, let me describe it like this. At this dot, the green values that are coming in, we're going for the least out of all of this. But the more I run the equation that I was doing, the more it means that stuff out on the fringes here gets to be higher and not count. Like, in theory, you could have a reverb there, and then like right up front here where this slightly brighter section is, you could have that be the most reinforced delay length and have that count as okay. Like, have it be fine. Or in the end, you could have all these things combined together to one really loud delay return towards the end, but with the processing I'm doing, it lets that off. It gives it a pass relative to this other stuff. And we get to stuff kind of like this. This this looks like a fairly even section, to the point where I will even copy that, or cut it rather. And when I get around to doing these, I will have a listen to what that was like. It was a 290 seat. That puts it at the beginning. Well, not quite at the beginning. In there with these other ones I've done. And I'm going to write rect in there and in here, because that's the stuff I'm working on. I'm going to save and quit out of there. And I got a whole bunch of other stuff to do relating to problems I have had with the previous arrangement, where an earlier version of this program used only prime numbers. And it made me do a whole bunch of different things in the code that still resides in the code, based on the idea that it's only using prime numbers and therefore can never reach even numbered delay returns. There's been a whole complicated mess of that, which I don't like, and I don't want it to be there. You have to click on it to quit out of it. So let's, that's about middle, right? Some of these I have updated and some of them I have not. First things first, let me grab this and adapt it to each of the variations. I got a bunch of things to adapt to the variations. There's no telling as to whether this will break certain things and fix others. But I do know that this was what I was driving at. Let's see. Up here. Very good. The outcome of what I'm trying to do now is supposed to lead to reverbs in which the decay tail is more featureless and doesn't have big jumps in volume like earlier versions of K Cathedral, where people were like, it sounds like there is a slapback echo built into this. To which I had to say, like, well, yeah, it does sound like that, because that's how the reverbs reinforce each other. All of the delays would converge on a loud burst of noise in the middle of the reverb. This is meant to forestall that. What else it does, I don't know. I have to critically listen to some of these to know what it's actually doing. I've updated these things. That has to be updated. That has to be updated. Literally everything has to be updated. And then I'll run it and see what it gives me. That works. That's fine. I bet I have to update that. And that. That has to be updated. That's it for that. Same deal. We do not only check odd numbers. Actually, there's an additional thing to do here. Since we are not checking only odd numbers, we don't have to start this. Everywhere we're doing this count, and it starts with 3, it can be 2 because it's no longer only on odd or even samples. Okay, that's good. Need to make sure to do this. Where are you? No, that seems fine. I've already done that. Okay. That needs to be updated. And here's where we draw. Except for it isn't, is it? No, here's where we draw. That needs to be updated. And all the way over to here, all of the changes at once. This gets changed to 2 because it doesn't start on odd numbers because it doesn't skip even numbers. And this gets changed to 2 for the same reason. We're not stepping. This also gets changed to 2. And it's not stepping. And that was it for that area. But we do need to update this, don't we? Or do we? No, that's still what it was. But we need to update something up at the top. I'll try to remember that. And as long as I am down here with all of these things, let's have a look as to whether we are drawing multiple pixels or not. No, we are not. But what we are doing is display set pixel, the white one. So we're not drawing 2 because we are not skipping over half of them. Where did that go? That went... Oh, we don't need to do that every... Why is that there? It doesn't need to be in the loop. Well, this is all going to run a little faster now. Not all that much, really, but somewhat. So that has drawn the reverb on the display. Now for the chart. Let's call this part of the chart. It's not, but let's call it part of the chart. So we delete that, and then we get to paste this in. It's not going to paste right. Sure didn't. There's the chart. I can make it do better this time. Boop. And the chart. And then again, we do not draw twice as many pixels as we need. And let's see, paste. But we're not done because there's more. All of this is there, but we have a whole new thing going on regarding adjust green and adjust red. Adjust green becomes array size. Adjust red becomes square root array size. To what extent is that going to follow for the rest of these? And the answer there is, I don't know yet. We're going to find out. We're all going to find out together. But you'll see that it is not what, that's not what it is. This is currently very different now. So that's what it needs to be. This is what it is currently. Here's the next one over. That's where we see that. And come on, you. Boop. And here's where we see this. So adjust green, adjust red, and this is the goal. Green actually gets to be times array size. That's fine. This gets to be square root. So that was right from the beginning. Maybe it's going to be right from the beginning for all of them. Could be. That's going to be square root. and that's going to be square root, and we're no longer needing quite as many of these adjustments. And in theory, I tell you, if this works, I'm going to push it like right now. So here's where we left off. Guzzling coffee. Hopefully I'm going to really put some rubber to the road towards the end of this day so that we can hear some of these things. But this does appear to be working. Notice what the score is doing. I might need to do something about this. I have had a situation where it can kind of run crazy and have the size of the rooms expand unreasonably. Score includes an offset, forcing it to continue to calculate a little bit more than it would otherwise do. It's not the real score of the algorithm. Instead, it is sort of a near the score, but added some. And the problem with that is if you do that, it's going to end up going back up again, so it's not going to converge on what the real score is. And that's literally what it's doing right there. So that might be too big of an effect to ignore. Because again, we're trying to strike this balance. Currently, I'm weighting it way more heavily in the direction of the green calculation. The red calculation, spacing between reverb returns, has an effect on how natural the end result sounds. And then the blue is trying to suppress brightness. And see, it starts going down. As you get much later in the run, it becomes less sensitive. I'll show you the code. This is the thing that I need to adjust. And I know about this because I ran the whole thing overnight last night with the previous set, and some of them ran away and started doing impossibly large rooms for no good reason. I have also not tested any of the other matrix sizes, so oops. But I'm going to show you what the thing is I need to update anyhow. You can't see it yet, but soon you will. Check this out. Prev score 2 is what the score is. Most is what it should be doing, but it's times 1 plus the absolute value of seats minus target seats, so how far off it is from what the perfect setting would be, divided by total. Total is the number of total attempts we've done. So that goes all the way up to in the millions. But it's the square root of the square root of the square root of a million. Or 16 million, or however many that is. So if you had a million and you square rooted it once, that becomes 1,000. Square root it twice, well, that becomes 31.622. So it would be whatever the discrepancy is, times that, whatever the discrepancy is, divided by 31. So in theory, that could start getting down into small numbers. Another square root, it becomes this discrepancy divided by 5. What the end result of having this many square roots in this calculation does is it makes the difference between seats and target seats make the high score go so high that it's constantly recalculating. Or if it ends up with a good score, it'll end up picking one that is slightly worse because it misreported what the real good score was, as something even worse than that. And then it'll go slightly worse than that, and slightly worse than that, and next thing you know, it's just grasping at straws and doesn't know what it's doing. So this is all because it would tend to zero in on one value and sort of completely and totally fail. It would just immediately hit upon an answer and then kind of stop. And I didn't like that. So here's one change that we're doing to every single one of these. Then we see whether the other stuff worked. Because that is one of the things I needed to do. And so here we are, having done that. This should not change anything hitting the 200-seater calculation, other than maybe it's going to settle upon a best of sooner. So I may say I am a little bit... This is making me want to do the thing where that center point is tracked more closely to the middle of whatever it is. It should, in theory, be possible to do. Oh, and I have... Well, before I do that, that was at least working, so let's see what some of the other densities give you. And the answer is, Well, the center position that that one is reporting is seemingly completely wrong. So that's more argument for working it out the way it actually worked. That said, it looks like it's functioning, so that's cool. I am at least happy about that. At least it's doing something. Let's try some of the other ones. Each time I go a matrix dimension smaller, it's going to be sparser and sparser and sparser. And I'm not satisfied with the position of that. Look at that. Look at that little white spot there. That's supposed to be in the middle of the reverb, and yet it's obviously not. Huh. But this is what a 4x4 householder matrix looks like when you look at all of the echo returns individually. And it's going to grind away and try to find what the best distribution of these things is. Interestingly, with this few bases, that red calculation is coming in. The spacing between them is having an effect, which is neat. It should. That said, wow. This is doing a very poor job of showing what the cloud looks like. Look at this area down here, sort of in the middle of here. This is a snapshot of just the green channel, and we've got like one that is full brightness, and everything else is really dim. These don't overlap very much. And we're only on the 4x4. If we do the 3x3, it'll get even sillier. Or perhaps not work at all. Let's find out. No, it worked. Yeah, this has no relation to the positioning of this thing, I really should just go by the milliseconds that are being reported. Those are numbers I'm able to work with. And so I'm going to show you how I zero that in, how I figure out what it's trying to do. There's a reason why I'm interested in getting this one working, though. Although having the 3x3 be really spaced out gives rise to, it's like impossible to determine what's good and what's not. None of these matter if you have a 3x3 which is so tiny, and not so. If you have a 3x3 that is so large that it's like half a second between each of the returns, it can no longer do any form of evaluation. And all of the possibilities are the same. Which would mean that the red channel would be the only one that would kick in, and it would only kick in based on, do any of these returns end up next to each other? Anyways. So we just ended up reevaluating some of these things. In particular, going up to here, we're generating this, display delays total plus brightness, blah, blah, blah. Inv delays is the let's see how these look like now. 6x6 should be giving me a sort of green pane, and it does. 5x5 should also be giving me a green pane, even though it's nowhere near as dense. And indeed, I'm going to say that was the correct call. Although, you know, there is another possibility. What if 6x6 becomes even more extreme looking? Oh dear. That's not what I meant to do at all. Because we sort of cube it rather than simply square it. And let's see. Let's see what these things look like. This is supposed to look like a green rectangle, but actually it's kind of been made to be, well, there could be uses to this though. Even before I get to reevaluating some of this stuff. Oh, Jonathan is correct. Mastering 2 is the same with elliptical added to it as a single parameter. Absolutely correct. So let's see how this looks. Can we make the center of this be more damped down, considering that we have this weird effect here? We can if we lower this. This is going to try to force it to be very suppressed in that center area there. Up. You know, some of this is not actually going to be relevant for each of these. Technically, each of these need to be slightly different. But what I'm really concerned about is having that green display tell me something useful. So having it be squared for 3 and 4 is not useful because they are too spaced out. And then having it be squared for 5, it's dense enough that that might be useful, and having it be cubed for 6, I might end up so that the visual displays of these things are consistent with each other. Also, you can see a little bit how it's forcing the center where that little white spot is to be drawn as darker. I just need to make it track where the delay returns actually are coming. Because if I can do that using nearest and farthest, etc., it will be not only drawing better, but it will also be reevaluating the data better. Having this come off on either side of the main density of the sound is not helpful. I'm also contemplating with this keeping track of most and having it be the largest one, have it be maybe the second or third largest one, allowing there to be outliers that are just pegging off the top of the thing. That, or, well, first let's run through the variations. Yeah, see, it's in the wrong place. So that's unhelpful. But it's giving me a rough idea of what we're looking at. And then this one is not squared. Yeah, see, the brightness and density of it is about the same as before. And I don't even need to check 3 because it's the same as it was. Okay, so here's the area we're working in. What I would like to do is print out some of these things. Plus the stuff in here. This stuff in here. Oh, dang it. Do I have a... No, I don't. How about this? No, that's cool. I have to add string to that before it will work. And then print needs to close in parenthesis, but I'm not quite done with it yet because let's see what else we can see. Plus, and then this gets to be another evaluation, but here's how we do that calculation. Plus so shortest plus longest minus shortest divided by 2. And I seem to have forgotten a parenthesis, but we've got a million of them. It's fine. So that's now going to print out first the number we're actually using, which is not always giving us the correct results, and then whatever shortest or longest or shortest are. And the idea is, can those be scaled? Are they a neat I want to say parameter or algorithm or something. Can you simply scale this up or down until it does what I want? That's the question. In fact, what we're going to be doing when we do that is adding even more parens, because this is going to be something multiplied by that to see whether that gets me the result that I'm looking for. And first of all, let's see if it actually works. We're going to be generating a lot of these. Output overflow, print Lex text if you want, if you insist. I'll stop. We'll quit. Okay, so 7.9 is 1583. .8 looks to be about the same. Float t divided by float array. Am I doing this every cycle? Yikes. That I sure as heck don't need. Yeah, we're doing that like every damn cycle. That's no good. I don't need to do that inside the loop at all. No wonder it was upset with me. Cut. Paste that. Make it be indented the right number of things, like this. So we do not actually want that, though. I don't even need it to be in there. What I need to do is figure out where I've drawn the... Yeah, let's remove this again. We don't need to do as many of those. We need to go and find where I'm drawing that little white line and use it there. And that's down here. But not there. There is where we do this, and here is where we do that. So add another tab. Try to read the screen when it's too damn big. Well, in theory, this should at least be stepping in the direction of what I need to do. Let's see how close I came. So it's a fixed size each time. So rather than this, I'm going to have to juggle parentheses all day long to get this to work. There we go. So that should be printing the index number of where that point would be relative to the other thing. And it'll be doing it way less often, so it should behave itself better. Interesting. Look at this. look at this. They're the same number. But what happens if we don't have it as 200 seats? That's wild. I thought I was going to have to do way more to that. Are you still the same number, or are you not? It's the same bloody number. That's crazy. Well, if it's the same number, let's punch this other number into where we're doing this first number. We don't need to do 1.0 times. We just need to have the same number of parentheses, or just struggle through until it has the right number. Copy. Paste. Are you the right number of parentheses? If not, it will tell me very quickly. Nope. I can't even count how many of them there are. Okay, there we go. And same thing here. Paste. Are you having problems and complaints? Yes. But now you're not. Interesting. I didn't think it was going to be this easy. We are now tracking the center, or at least we're having a darn good try at tracking whatever the center of that is. Let's see if it still works in different sizes. Because the calculating is not actually being updated, but the position of that white spot is. Okay, it might not be perfect, but that looks a hell of a lot better than it did. That looks way better than it did. Neat. And we've got this in the paste buffer, so we can go right back to where we need it. Which is 1.4 minus sine . Okay, let's undo that so that I can see what the hell it is. In fact, not only that, I'm going to have it selected, cut it so that I can paste it up here where I can see it. Because I'm still trying to figure out how this craziness works. And I'll paste it in the middle of a comment. And we're going to try to replace what this is. Interesting. Okay, so here's where things get a little messy, but I might have a way of fixing it. I'm pretty sure I need to incorporate t into this calculation or it will not work. Float t matters because if I'm not incorporating that, then I'm doing the same effect on each thing. So the other one, where I was scaling array size by yay much, making it a lot smaller, really. Let's start seeing what this does. I think I'm just going to start winging it, but what I'm going to do is copy and comment out. I so little trust what I'm attempting that I'm not even going to go there. I deeply distrust what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so instead of array size, straight up replace that with shortest plus longest blah blah blah. Do we have the right number of prints? Yeah. So copy that and wrong button. Okay, so this is almost guaranteed to not actually be correct. But there's something that I can do to have a little bit of window into what I'm trying to do. I'm going to copy everything again. I'll paste everything again. What kind of parentheses do I need to deal with here? That many. And we're not going to actually want that. But what we're going to want is this. Except for I can't do it that way. Because this is not C. This is Godot. This is GD script. Got there. So now it should be drawing a blank spot in the middle of this stuff. I need to take that other thing out, which I do not think it is doing. I need to take that thing out. It's only there because I needed to calculate it. So we'll change that to times 1 and see what we get. Not much. What this is supposed to be doing is tracking that little white thing, which is supposed to be and looks to be pretty close to the center of the delay cloud, wherever that chooses to be. I want to also have those be zeroed out at that point, which will show me that I'm in the right track. So, oh, well, actually, this would help. I did it in the wrong place. This part doesn't actually matter. This part is just evaluations, and right now I'm just looking to see whether I can make an area cancel itself out here. So let's try that again. I do not see a blank area, which suggests to me that this is... I'm missing something. I am missing something. If I have this lined up just right, what should happen is that there will be a little black area underneath where that white line is drawn. I'm not there yet. It's not working yet. So it's sine this times whatever. If I make this be a much larger number, I'll get multiple black spots, lots of them. So let's do 16 times as much and see whether I see anything happen. Still, that is a nope. That is enough to show me what I need to see. I am missing something. I really should be able to make this. We're calculating a sine function. T is involved, that's the loop we're in. Rather than divide it by array size, we're trying to swap out this number that's supposed to be the damn same. That's supposed to be what we get out of this. So it's supposed to be halfway between there. The output of that is supposed to be giving me this. It's the output of a sine function, so I should be able to force it into some kind of place where... Oh, wait, no, I know what happened. Don't mind me. Simple mistake. Inv delays is the one that shows us pictures. Disp delays is the evaluation section. It might have been doing something, but I couldn't see it because I wasn't actually putting that blanked out section where it belonged. You could put the 99 back. Okay, now that we can see what it's doing because it's actually deleting the right part, where's the black section? Well, will you look at that? Neat. So my only remaining question is it consistently coming in a little bit short? It looks like the most intensity is on the one side rather than the other. But I mean, that looks beautiful. That's exactly what I needed. Add another decimal place there. Why don't we, seeing as we're doing the evaluation and everything, so increasing this multiplier, increasing the multiplier by 8 will cause the number to hit 1 in the sine sooner. Decreasing it will cause it to hit 1 in the sine later. That should cause it to have the gap later, and it sure did. Lots later. So much so that you can't even see it. And at every step, at every stage. It's now muted out that section so hard that you can't even get a registration on it. Well, if we want to be close to 8, honestly, I think it might be fine just using 8. Oh, interesting. It has hit a early result and is getting stuck on it. It thinks this first try that it did was the best thing ever. And we seem to have a tendency, let's quit out of here. Let's not apply this. Let's not apply the weighting. No, we've already moved past this. No more coffee. Almost no more coffee. We're just drawing that. N times 8. Hang on a moment. Okay, so let's try this, see what it does. It's now drawing my little missing space in kind of the wrong place. What I'm wondering is whether I need to delete shortest entirely. Well, let's see what it does on a larger one, because those were already behaving fairly well, but I don't know if a 2000 will. And if all this works, I update everything along with this and then upload it and go on from there. Neat. Okay, so that's a little early for that one. It's dead on there. Maybe a little late that time. What do we get if we do remove all of that stuff? And better put that there. Oh, no, wait. Hang on. As long as an int, it is an int. I'd better convert it to float. Hang on. And multiplication is commutative. I don't need to multiply it by 0.5. I just need to multiply the overall by 4, and that'll simplify matters a little bit. Oh, are you serious? You are serious. Well, how about we just do that? How about that? And then I'd better update the other place as well. One thing about it, it'll simplify things a little bit. Okay, what's going to happen when I do this now? Are we even in with a chance, or is this just gone horribly wrong? We sure have a lot of extra parentheses. This is going to be messy. Do we need all these damn parentheses? Surely not. There you go. Now let's see whether this is even remotely within the realm of sanity or whether I've just lost the plot completely. Not necessarily lost the plot completely, but I thought I had that sine thing in there somewhere. Are we still doing that or not? And let's apply this while we're at it. And let's what happens when I do this? You want more parentheses? You can have more parentheses. And more and more and more parentheses. All the parentheses, there you go. Fire up a larger number and see where it puts that white thing and whether it puts the it has a sad what up with this? Seriously, what up with this? If sine float t divided by float longest times 4 is larger than 0.99, we are doing that with the sine, yeah. And delays t, well, here's another thing we can do. If that's causing me problems, maybe what I need to do is make it be a bright color rather than a dim color. And we are on, yeah, we're on the 6. Why do I no see where you go? That's making me sad. What the actual hell? Have I got the form wrong somehow? Does it want to be divided by 4 instead? Is that its deal? It wanted to be divided by 4 instead, except for it's in the wrong damn place now. You are a pain in the butt, you little thing. Okay, so we don't actually need this, but no matter. That started looking a little better. Let's run it again. I hope I get to some of the other things I wanted today. No, not 10 million. White dot's position is not relevant to anything. What does this even think it's doing? Longest, where did I put that? Where did I put that? Oh, it's got to be longest times 0.5, which is the same as longest divided by 2, and I just did a divided by. So that would explain why times 4 wasn't helping. Let's try the same formula I had elsewhere. And then I can fiddle with that number because it'll be the same everywhere I find it. What do we got? We've got me being able to see where the white one is, but I don't see where the blank area is, which implies it's not in the right place. What's going on? What if we're not even? So same factor, and then also the blanking factor. I don't know why that would help. And indeed, it does not look like it did help. Okay, let's try to get this to where it does something. Hang on. Float divided by longest is larger than that. So this is surely not within the sine. If it is divided by larger and larger values, that is going to make it be smaller and smaller, meaning it's not going to kick into the sine as quickly. If it's divided by smaller and smaller values, that's going to make the end result become larger and larger, meaning that it will kick into the sine as quickly. Suggesting we can start stepping on it in this direction. And then maybe at least we'll start seeing that window again. But not yet. So we keep going. I don't know why the other one is so different. All of this is, well, wait, I'm dividing by larger and larger numbers. I think I'm going backwards again. I think I'm going the wrong way. It certainly is not giving me what I want. Back to the drawing board. Divided by, are we going to get even a little bit closer to what I'm looking for? I'm assuming it's in doubles and halves. If I push it far enough, I should have multiple blank spots. I don't think I'm seeing them, but I should have multiple blank spots. Let's make them wider. Let's go completely silly bonkers and try to have it cycling through almost constantly. Okay. See, this is what I was looking to see. It's supposed to be generating those little gaps because those correlate to where the desired effect sits. They haven't been showing up because I haven't had it cycling through the sine fast enough. Now they are. So the question is, where does this lie relative to where where do they lie relative to where the density of the sound sits? Because the sound exists between longest and shortest. Well, I amped it up so much, so let's dial it back. And if this works, what I can do is try to make the white spot match. Right now, I probably don't even need to care what the white spot's doing at all. Although one thing I could do is hang on. There, so that's about the same. So if they do end up being some factor of each other, I can make them move together. This is not looking remotely like a factor of each other. Weird. Not worried about the white dot, I'm worried about this other stuff. Green amount equals most. I'm going to go in earlier than this. I'm going to go into here. I had 32 and I saw something. So if I do 24, so these match, so it'll do a little visual thing where it's applying this factor the most. And I just need to place it in the middle of the green area. I should see when it happens. Okay, so that's showing a sine. Let's tighten it up even more. 0.999. How about going to longest divided by 20? Because the thing is, it could jump around quite a bit, but I think it's still going to be a fairly accurate. I feel like those are sitting, like there's two little nodes there, which are being generated on purpose, but okay, if they are too much, let's go even more. Oh boy. This is a death march. I will tell you later why this is a relevant day for this kind of nonsense. See the little tiny markings here? Those mean it's a little bitty node, and one of them is happening too soon and the other one is happening too late, but they represent a position along a sine curve. They represent a peak which one of the things that's happening here is we're also evaluating based on this. Anything being done to disp delays is evaluating based on the same position and causing it to sort of node out, and so I don't want that. Also, while I'm at it, let's make this the most linear looking thing that I possibly can. Never mind making it high contrasty, I want to see where the distinction comes. If it is a lovely even blend, we can see where those holes are. And sure enough, we can. So we want to place exactly one of these nodes exactly in the middle of all this. I saw about 4 of them. So if instead it is 16, do I still see 4 of them, or do I see 8 of them, or do I see like 2 of them? Benji, I don't know. It would depend upon what kind of settings you mean. It's supposed to be able to save what the settings are. Now, as far as positioning of windows and the size and shape of windows, that won't save. You have to type that in, but it's supposed to be able to save what the settings are, and when I use it, mine does. Back to this. Okay. Warming up. Starting to look a little bit better. Now this, useless. That little white spot there. But the rest of it is starting to look better. So we went from 32 to 16, and it got a little bit better. So what I could try is like 14. And this is showing me the position of the node that I'm using to correct the amplitude of things. Also, I'm going to find out how this relates to different sizes. Okay. Okay. That's looking promising. Time to try some more. Yeah, my concern, Benji, is when I end up doing a console H, it will do the same thing. So that's a problem. Okay, this is pretty consistently placing that node in the dead center of the cloud of reverb. I seem to remember I had a problem like that with something at some point, Benji. I don't know what to do. Mine stopped doing that. That's why I'm able to use it. And I'm using the same build that you'll be using. That's a good question. If it's the very first one, that might be the one that I had that was doing the same thing. So that is showing up fairly good. Time to try other sizes, like an 80. Lovely. Not perfect. pretty respectable. Yeah, my concern there is I fixed it for myself. If Benji is using a different build or is using the current build but it's still doing that, then I'm not sure what to do. I am like deeply hung up in this at the moment, and so it's a challenge. That's looking good. That is looking fine. Well, bear in mind if somebody is reporting a bug, either they're using a different version or they're still having a bug. So I am not here saying, oh, that doesn't happen. I'm saying it's not happening like that for me. I remember there being a time when I was struggling with that one. And I got it through updating it to be using a newer version, which doesn't do that for me. I don't know whether that means it will... Yeah, if you're going after like the very first time it was seen, you gotta go to the GitHub and find the most recent version of it. Hopefully that will be of some help. Meanwhile, let's see, longest divided by 14a. Well, here, well, gosh, that's unhelpful. Maybe I don't want that white pixel there at all. If I can't have it say a useful thing, then there's no much use to it, is there? Why bother having that there if I can't get it to point to the right thing? I fear I may have to run off and use the restroom again before terribly long. Too much coffee. Okay, so here's the new update for this. We can put back the high res. Here we've got that. This should be consistent among these. It's the hope, anyway. So where do we find? No, it's going to be after all this. Ah, here it is. Here it is. There we go. And then also after these, same thing. Gip, what do you refer to? If you're referring to this, signs point to yes. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to do a pretty good job of giving me better reverb sounds going forward. It's a dangerous question. I see why you've refracted it. You don't dare publicly ask that one. Oh, goodness. Oh, well, if I'm able to make this behave pretty well, I will push an update literally now. It's getting on close to... Let's see, well, my clock says 3:01. Something else said something else. I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at and what sense anything makes. Also, don't know if I need to suppress the... This looks too suppressed. Hey, Colorburn. You may have as many questions as you like, given that I can't always answer them. Based on that, like, having the questions is completely fine. Let's make this be evener. I'm questioning whether to maybe just let it display at full res. Like I could just do this. If I just do this, then all of my choices here will give me a visual representation that is closest to the smooth rectangle of green. Always assuming that I had the polarity of this setup right. Oh, Jonathan. Fair enough, fair enough. If I set this to a 2,000 seater, what do we get then? I don't know why I thought it was nearly 4. For some reason I had the conclusion that it was almost 4, and yet it's not. It's a little tiny bit past 3. Oh, neat, okay. Oh. Okay, so tell you what, let me do a quick adjustment on this and get it running. We'll set it to 1.2 divided by sine, etc. What that's going to do is cause the node to make things be louder. And the evaluation is weighted in that way. So cool, cool. So far so good. And if I change it to multiply, then it will cause everything to be consolidated into one spot. So we're doing the opposite of that. And I'm going to update each of these while I go, because I'm trying to get to where I can do a git push and let Git play with it. Because I respect that, wanting to play with this. And over to this, and we'll do 1,000 seat. And we'll hit 6 times 6. So, Jonathan, I'm going to read your question, and then I'm going to go and drain. Have you normalized the Abbey Road vinyl so that its loudest peak, which is presumably a real peak, is in fact at 0? Or are you normalizing it across the entire record, which is maybe not something you want to do? Also bear in mind that's the same console that produced Dark Side of the Moon. And what you could ask is, do those have the same hit record energy as, say, Taxman? Do those have the same hit record energy as, say, Birthday off the White Album? And if you are targeting something that is not exhausting hit record energy, do you perhaps want to target a lower score? Why are you looking to have a high score translate to low exhaustingness and excess energy? Meter is not measuring how good a thing is. It doesn't even know what a note is. Meter is measuring how much energy is pouring out of the track, which is why when you oversaturate and you go into loudness war stuff, you start losing, because it's not having energy pouring out of the track. But that's what the score thingy in meter does. And the main point about that is that you can try to have stuff be ultimate high energy, but go too far. Like some of the Foo Fighters stuff does that, where they just go into saturation and complete distortion, and it loses energy going into the chorus. So you don't want that. But if you have to compare, like, I don't know, Come Together, which is an amazing track, compare that with Birthday, which do you think has more energy pouring out of it? I'll tell you, it's the one off the White Album. If you compare that with Taxman, which do you think has more energy pouring out of it? Taxman. And meter will tell you Taxman has more energy. It scores higher on the hit record score. And that's not by accident. You got stuff like old Chuck Berry tracks. That sounds completely different from like Abbey Road. Does it have more energy pouring out of it? Yeah. Don't worry about the meter thing. The main advantage to how the meter thing works is it will tell you straight up if you are over loudinating to the point where you're killing the amount of energy, doing the opposite of what you wanted. But maximum amount of energy pouring out of the music is not the be-all and end-all of music. Absolutely not. And if you can't learn that, you got other problems. So that's where that basically stands. And I'm now wondering what we have going on here. We're hitting about the right density as stuff. I'm basically questioning to myself, are we leaning too close in the direction of not, is my large arena intentionally not having small... It's all the same, it's an interesting result. Let's see what happens if we run it on the 5x5. That should look a little bit more speckly. Again, the point here is to have a cloud of dots that are all about the same brightness. Like we start getting reverb, and then we continue getting reverb without it really fluctuating in volume very much until it's done. And it's looking a little bit like that's what we're getting, which is interesting. I just wonder whether is this stopping my ability to have some of the delays be kind of short? I wonder. Because again, the whole weighting of it is different from what it used to be. I'm used to seeing spacings up here where there's a lot right up at the beginning, a lot of stuff that is closely spaced together, but this is not the same as what it was. I'm getting very different readings on this than I used to. it feels like it's leaning towards that stuff where they're all very similar durations. And I'm questioning whether that's what I actually want. It would be nice to be able to hear this. Tell you what. I will record what this is. It's a 1,000-seater hall, and we'll go and have a listen to it momentarily. After I go and use the restroom that I need to do. Oh, Benji! Awesome! I'm pleased to hear it. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to help you. I'm glad that just finding the most current version got past that. It must have been an earlier version you had. It must have been. Okay, so here we have a, oh no, that's a 5x5. I can't use that here. Also, did I just update all of these things in the same way? Looks like it. Okay, I'm applying this factor very intensely now. What that means is disp delay T, the stuff in the middle gets suppressed. The stuff on the edges is very much unsuppressed, but still counts towards the score, meaning that it's getting left out. I'm suppressing the center stuff so hard that it's forcing it into a narrower box. Let's see what going to 0.5 does. Actually, you know what I can do? Do I have my calculator hanging out here? No, I don't. No matter, I'll go and get it. One of the first things that I tried was using literally half of pi. So we'll try that again. It's not quite golden ratio, but I remember thinking that might have something to do with things. And one thing about half of pi minus sine is you can never get too far away from. Well, anyway, rather than run my mouth about that, let's just do the experiment. Oh boy, that was messy, but fixable. And now I will run it again. And we'll do that 1,000-seater arena. And I am also going to take a moment to get music going. Let's throw this one on. Go directly to stream. Off we go. So that'll do for that. I'm probably good for the rest of the day now. And verbs.text, this is around 1,000. Bada boom. And I'm going to add the rect in there to highlight that this is today's tinkering after I started doing this stuff. And I'm going to hit save and eject the SD card so I can bring it into the other computer, which is hooked up to the speakers. And I'm going to assume that this is all about as good as I can get it for today. Quit out of here and upload it. So, firstly, also, I'm going to delete my copies of Into the Matrix and build a new one. As I'm going to be wanting to run many copies of this and see what I can get happening, especially if it sounds really cool when I try it. Who knows, maybe it'll sound exactly the same as everything else. Also, that was not, I have not yet made stuff with Soft Clock yet, except for that one plugin post. The one that was like the crazy jam session in an odd time signature. I think it's a 7. Quit out of there. I've successfully not broken everything. Here is the freshly built new one, which I'll put over here for later. And I will eject all of these things and empty the trash and terminal. Commit message for this one is suppressing centered density. There's a heck of a lot else going on in there, but that is the the primary. Alrighty. Yep, it's all yours. We got there. Well, that's what we're just getting to today. Because we've also got this here. So we've got a system where we can build these and hit short for echo. And here's where I left off. But you can hear a slight waveriness in there. I'm trying to smooth that out. But there's a catch. My new stuff doesn't say delay B, it says D6A or D6B. And that will make this not be able to interpret what I'm doing. So I got some changing to make in this. And here's finding out how we go about doing that. Bear with me, I'll get there. So desktop. It's on the desktop, so here we go. So here's the ones I don't want to open up in Xcode so much as I want to open them up in Text Wrangler. So these things need to match better. I'm going to be typing in stuff like this. So I need to have all of this stuff adapt to the new format. And I'm already seeing interesting challenges in here. But I'm also seeing stuff I can do. Firstly, this is a better way of showing me what stuff does. And that shows up there, and it also shows up a billion times in this one line, line 61. So I am going to suggest that I can replace these now. And now I can paste in the other stuff and it'll be fine. It'll talk the same language effectively. And what I have down here is fairly similar. But there's a catch to it. I can do this, but the thing that I was wanting to do is somewhat different. I would like to change this so that I can swap out 6x6 reverbs or 5x5 or 4x4. And they will have basically the same kinds of instructions here. And they'll instantiate the same like reverb tanks and stuff. But here's the thing. If I just base everything on these reverbs, what's going to happen is, so I'm trying to figure out how to do this that's not going to be a ginormous pain in the butt. Because if we use the same thing for each, and then this is only defined in 6x6, well, you know what? That part's fine. These are confined to the 6x6 thing, which means that I can't simply reuse these for 5x5s or 4x4s. And this is not appropriately configured either. And then count here is not appropriately configured either. And I have to come up with distinct ways of making this be better, because that's my problems continue when I open this up. Here we have a whole other pile of mess. No controls, no parameters. That part's fairly simple. But the stuff in this end if, that could be a problem. And this needs to be updated. Of course, I have a search and replace still alive that says please replace delay with D6. So I can start by finding all. These are the constants I need to use. These are still the constants I need to use. So all of this is going to be correctly updated just by running the search and replace. And that's going to be of some help. In fact, it's looking almost to the point where I can just go ahead and do it. There's 252 of them, but all the same, that should work. But then look at all of this. Everywhere it says count. Let's do the same thing as before. But instead of D6, maybe we call it count 6, or maybe we just call it C6. Find all. That looks like the definition that we want. And so far so good. To the point where we can, in fact, replace all. These are each distinct ones, but now they are dedicated to the particular one I'm using. And I got to do it in the entire thing. And we haven't updated anything that didn't belong. But what about here? Find all. See, now this is where we are repeatedly running different things. Like, there's no reason I couldn't use C6 rather than count here. And here's where it would start to matter, because these are the ones we actually use. Those are just there to increment when I'm instantiating everything. So nothing's stopping me from like replacing all these with C6. assuming, of course, that you can replace a variable and have the variable end with a number and have that be okay. These don't end with a number, so these would automatically go to something that would presumably work, much like D6A would be fine. These would be fine. Likewise, feedback could also become a problem. We'll get there. I'm scanning to see whether it says count in some weird place that's going to be a problem for me. It'll be a real kick in the butt if it turns out that you can't put numbers in variables. I think you can. I'm not completely sure. It's just another character, right? Surely you can just do it. But that's literally all the stuff I would need to update. And there's a section in here where I could simply replace this all, replace everything that's in the selected text. We'll just call it like X. And selected text only, thank you. And boop. So that's our new format for that. And you do have to keep doing it over and over like that because it's always to a different count each time. But now we get back to C6. We'll try to find all again. This is all the places one uses that. In for a penny, in for a pound, 576 occurrences were replaced with the new form. Because here's the thing, I should be able to also do like a 3x3 matrix, enclose it in these, define and if statements, if def, rather than if def 6x6, if def 3x3, for instance, and then use only the ones I need and go from there. Feedback's going to be another one. Clearly, so everything that I work on in here within the if-defs needs to be in this format. I can't simply have feedback on different names. Although probably everything that's not contained within these will be fine. But like over here, see, same deal. I need the counts within the indef. Average is going to be fine. That's shared throughout everything. Haven't even implemented it yet. But everything within the if-defs needs to have its special version. So we're going to go back, and this time, as you might guess, feedback becomes F6. Plus, it's also getting sandwiched into a place where it's F6AL or F6LR or something like that. And we're making all the variables smaller, but we're also making independent dedicated versions that relate specifically to which things we have if-defed. And if I can get this to work, I'll tell you why that's so important and also what is so special about today. Firstly, I'm going to do that find all. I'm going to find out whether there were any surprises. Looks like there are no surprises. Replace all. And then over to here, same deal. I'm going to do a find all. We zero them all out. That's fine. We use them here. We apply them here. We're doing something fancy with, well, we're using it over and over again here. That's what that is. That's the thing we did on Tuesday, if I remember correctly. And so we replace all there as well. And hit save. and hit save. And I think we can close the find window. Open up H again. We're still looking at stuff like this, the D6A from before, but now if we hit save, it counted all of those and seems happy with them. They are there. They are the way I needed them. And we're about to find out whether all this worked or whether I've wasted my time and I need to go and undo everything, which would be sad. But seeing as we're looking at this new batch of sounds, we can scroll to the bottom and check out not the 5x5 or 4x4, thank you, but come on, where are we at? There we go. Our most recent one, this. And we're going to see whether it builds. Signs point to yes. I didn't recode anything. I just changed a bunch of variable names for a reason that I'm going to get into later as to why that matters. And now we hit short for echo and see whether the new build actually works. I haven't changed any of the code, I just changed variable names. I've punched in the new form of space. And here's what the new thing sounds like. I have no idea whether this is going to be awesome or completely garbage and terrible. It has more of a washy effect. Interesting. Well, I got plenty of other ones to try. So what that looks like when we look at it is yeah, there's a echoiness there. This might have to do with the fact that I'm using a 1000 sized one. So what I could do is get back out of there. We'll try a different one. The rect might not be doing as much as I'd hoped. We'll find out. I'm going to find another instance where it says something like that. Like this one. Here's 290. Could it be that having it forced into this direction is not doing what I'd hoped? I also don't know how this measures relative to the other ones. I'm not really worried about Airwindows Starter Kit at the moment. Things are moving too fast. I can't really slow down to do that right now. Let's see. Copy. Rather than a 1000 size, let's try a smaller size. A recent 300 size, because those giant sizes, they were always kind of challenging. I do wonder whether there might be things I can do about this. I don't know really what I'm looking at, but this is all a bunch of this was just invented this morning. It's a matter of seeing what it does, really. Did I copy that over? I think I did. Well, I'll find out quickly enough. It's either the giant overwhelming verb or not. Okay. Does sound pretty smooth. might have something here. I might need to include another variable. The reverb tails sound more realistic than they did. Yeah, like back over to here. There's a smoothness to that which I'm liking. And then again, over to here. You know, one thing about this that could be easily overlooked, there's no dry in this signal. This is all wet. So that's quite interesting. And again, I got a bunch of other ones like this that I need to measure. Like here is before I did that stuff. So before I did that, this was last night's run. This has more of a lumpy quality to it. Here, let's get that section going. Yeah, this has more of a lumpy quality to it. The amplitude of the verb is bouncing around more than the smoothed one. And again, if we skip all the way to the end, oh, that's not the end. 442. Oh, here's it's another rect. It's not the most recent one. The huge giant verb is another rectangular amplitude thing, rather than lumpy amplitude thing, which is what some of those were doing. And so if we audition this is twice as big as the 1000 was. And it's kind of smoother. You can hear a da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. That's because there's a degree of delay to the onset of it. But the sustain is real smooth. And if we include the snare, the decay's real nice. And this is with very little run. This is with very little sustain. in the sense of regeneration. So you may be wondering what's next. Well, I've got a couple of little ideas here. Firstly, I can quit out of this. See how I have verb tests and verb fors? So there's a thing. I can look at the H file of that. In fact, I can look at it in Text Wrangler, where it's not going to make a mess anywhere else. And see, it's got many controls, but it's got the same deal of, except for this one wants this stuff in here. I'm not actually using it because verb tests had been used purely on the 5x5. And here we have stuff like this, like that's got a different name to it this time, and we're using different words for things. And then this is the A to Y, and Z is the pre-delay, which we're not using, the VLF we're not using. There's a version of feedback which has to do with the 4x4, or no, the 5x5, sorry, not the 6x6. And so we have there a bunch of other little random stuff in here. Count. Count goes from A to Y again as well. Not unlike the way we have this going on in here. So here's where I'm finding a challenge. I feel like I'd like to have this be its own version. But there's no particularly great way of doing that. And see how this is the same? It's fairly straightforward to update this the same way that it did the other one. In fact, it might be a fine idea to do. If I do this, what happens? Well, among other things, I do a bunch of this. I do not know. I think that's probably part of a comment, isn't it? Oh no, it's part of pre-delay, so that it'll break that, but I'm not using pre-delay anyhow. Instantiation, that's fine. This is the part that needs to be updated. The pre-delay part doesn't matter. See, I've cut some of this stuff down too much is the thing. Although, if I can get good enough with it, hey Jess, Text Wrangler has grep search. So in theory, I can search for a random number of either 2 or 3 characters. Actually, it's only going to be 2 characters, isn't it? And then opening bracket. That said, this is safe to do. Because this stuff up here we do not care about. I don't mind if this never works again. I'm about to take it and put it into something else. Which will look kind of like this. See where we're going with this? So that would have to, oh wait, I've got another one that I can do. And replace all in there. And I do believe I might even have feedback. Sure do. Ten occurrences, perfect. Perfect, no notes. So we're not using any of that. We're using all of these just as they are. We're not using this. That can just go away. We are using the feedbacks and we're using the counts. We're not using previous, last ref, IIR, or the other previous or the other last ref. That's from a previous version of undersampling. And then here's counts, and we don't use count Z or count VLF or cycle or biquad filters or mulch or any of that. This is going to be rendered on functional, but we're stripping it down to just only the guts that actually work here. So here's what gets included. Oh, come on. Be kind to me, please. Let me do my thing. It's scrolling so fast, I can't control it. What's its problem? You know what? I don't have to deal with that. I can hit Shift and then it will select. Like this. And then copy that and paste it into this area. And hey presto. And then I hit save. I do not know why it didn't update that, but it updated these, so that's fine. Mysteries. These are the great mysteries. So if def 5 by 5. And then we're going to undo everything like mad back. Because it's time to have a look at, let me see, where was that? Verb test, that's the one that has the 5 by 5s in it. This section here follows similar rules. I'm getting increasingly confident that I can just hit undo and dial everything back. And I want to see how far I can get with this. It's getting pretty close to me defrosting dinner. But before I do that, we can sure update a bunch of things to be set up like this, and then this is the 5 by 5, meaning that goes to D5. We've done far too many of them, but that's fine. Don't care. That is now up and ready to go. I need to do feedback. I need to delete stuff I'm not using. And now I've got a section up here that needs attention, which I did it in the wrong order. But that's okay, because I can do some of these things within a selection. It's just making the selection go way too fast and messing with my head. X gets changed into C5 because that was in count. And replace all. Boom, that's what that needs to be. And then this goes away. No selected text, so global. And now we're ready to do another. We could save that and go over to here. We're not going to have everything ready at all times, but I'm getting things ready for what I need to do later. This is going to be so much text. Oh my God, guys, so much. All for the purposes of being able to, scroll so goddamn fast. Dang it. Copy. Step into here and boop. Save that. Looks good. Oh, but, oh no, I've got something that doesn't belong. This don't belong. I want the A through Y. Those are the only bits that matter in if-def 5x5. And having done that, undo until we can undo no more. If I've done this right, this might actually even compile. And save that. Close it back up again. So now we're instantiating those things. Looky here, we have one called verb fours. I bet you can guess what that is. That is yet another of one of these things designed to test a particular kind of reverb, except for I want one that you can paste any kind of reverb in and it will go. Ooh, list of things. Oh, starter kit ideas. Yeah, by all means have starter kit ideas. So fours goes from A to I. I'm sorry, A to P, rather. And here's our instantiation here. So what we can do is start cleaning that stuff up. This is doing a pretty good job, but I can do better than this previous business. I came up with a better way of doing that that involves keeping more of the original so it doesn't go dark too quickly, and also using an absolute value, which does an interesting frequency doubly thing. And that's what we're doing currently. That's going to repeat through all the variations of this. So 4x4, so there are 4 feedbacks. So that's going to get updated. We're not doing any of this. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. We can ignore these. They're just going to be undoed back again. But it's this stuff that we want. The 4x4, count A through count P. Weirdly, I don't feel this is, surely the other ones are tracking that separately. I feel certain that the other ones had independent count for each of the sides. That would work like this. Caps lock. Oh. Non-monospaced fonts. Betraying me again. Oops. And again. And having spaces in the wrong places. Okay, back to the mines. This time it is the word short that gets replaced. But not in all caps. And D4, because this is the 4x4 matrix. That ought to work. Because I need to be able to paste the 4x4 in there and be able to listen to the output of that one when we finally get all this done, which is not going to happen today. In fact, I have to scoot over and get ready to do my tacos, but I'm going to do this bit perfect. 8 instances. And this 32 instances sounds good. Then we go back over to verb 6s, which is technically just the largest number we have going on. Yeah, true. True, that would save a little typing, certainly. I am perhaps not enthusiastic about going through and doing all of those, but I might do that as a sort of cleanup. It would be more tidy. I'll give you that. Now, let's do that in lowercase. At which point it's time to copy this all over. Define the variables we need, or at least pretty close to them. Copy and paste so that we can swap back and forth between 4x4s or 5x5s or 6x6s on the same plugin. As long as you can recompile it, it will just start doing that correctly. Why is there an OO here? That makes no damn sense whatsoever. I don't know how that got there. A search and replace would do that faster, but this does it too. $500, my butt. No, you're going to be consistent in pattern, thank you. I don't know where that got from. Save. So now we got if def 4x4. And it's the delayed times are written as D4A. You notice that in the file that I have on my SD card, it says things like D4A through P for the 4x4 lengths. Feedback is F4. Count is C4. Unique for each one. So that part's done. C6, C5. Same deal here. Here's reset. Wait, I didn't need to do that. It'll put it there by itself. Four by 4. No. 4 by 4. So now that we've got that stuff, we can madly, well, it's going to take me a little while, isn't it? That's fine, I'll get there. Undo all of this stuff so that it is exactly the same as it was before, because having copied out the bits that I need. And the C file, scroll down here to reset, and it's time to update some of these things to be what I need them to be. So I need these instantiations, which is going to also be updating the short into D4. I don't need this stuff, but that's fine where it is. I can get rid of, let's see, previous won't be playing today. And mulch, etc. won't be playing today. And last ref also not, but count up to, but not including Z. And those are the bits I'm going to need. But I'm going to need to double that. And feedback is correct. And time to go through and add R's and L's. Oh, but I have to do it properly. This is going to take slightly longer than I'd hoped, but because of the lack of monospace font, which is weird because I would have thought this was a programmer font. I'm not sure what I've got going on in here. Maybe it's just like this because I find it easier to look at. Or I'm doing it this way because I read whatever the heck this is easier than if it was a programmer font. It's probably something like that. All right, over to, firstly, select an area. This is implemented slightly differently than before, but that's fine. No caps. Selected text, replace all. Also, here's where I replace count with X, because I've got other plans for other things that have count on them. Select text only, that is still selected, we're still good. Lovely. So that is now up to date. We don't have to worry about things that we're just going to undo. F4, which is, I believe, a PC thing for, or is it? Or is it a Minecraft thing? Don't care, moving on. Not in selected text only, though. Boop. And our final instances of count become C4. I want to hit save, and that's not the thing I need to hit. Then select this and shift click to here, copy, then immediately undo past all of that stuff. until there is no more. Leaving, okay, well actually there were no changes, thank you. And here's reset. Looks good so far. And then I believe I have to go back to the original for the 3x3s. But that's the pattern. That's what we're doing. Is this it? No, it is not. Verb tests, that's the one. So H file. Give me a second. I am going to do my taco stuff that I need to do. So what we're going to do is fire up a piece of music, not necessarily a long one, which you're hearing now. Here we go. So let me stop this piece of music while we're at it. Boop. Let me stop that piece of music. Because we ain't done. Not even close. Well, actually close. I may very well just bail once I successfully get this done. And again, that was not one of the ones. That was soft clock. I should be able to do these things better going forwards. That's the hope. And here we have our 3x3. It is declared in terms of being called early, but what we're actually going to be using is stuff that says D3, A through I. And here's how we go about doing that. Oh, look, we're doing that one in the form of commas. Cool, cool. So my question here is, how am I going to... Where's my feedback? Where's my count for early reflections? It needs to follow the same pattern. Are we simply not following the pattern? I think I can do cleanup on this later, though. So let's see, A through I, I'm going to want a feedback, but it's going to be, what would that be? I guess I'll have to figure it out later. I'm wondering now whether I'm even implementing the feedback and all of the exact same parameters on this 3x3 matrix. Like feedback, yeah, sure, fine. Surely it also needs count. It needs that more than it needs feedback. Oh, this is count. Okay. Okay. So let's go about this in a different way then. Let's find. Changes to count 3. We're going to do all of this stuff in the selected text only. I might be able to consolidate all of this later. It'd be tedious, but make things a little more tidy. Yeah, sure enough. And then for this section, early gets turned into D3. Boom, got there. And then for good measure, even though this might be slightly inconvenient later, we're going to make everything be utterly... Oh, hang on, wait a moment. What are we doing? Slow up. Whoa there. Maybe this could be a head start. Yeah, this can be a head start. And I'm questioning the extent to which feedback even applies in a 3x3. But I feel like I should, and I'll tell you why. Although this ain't gonna work this way, but no matter. I'll figure it out somehow. Verb tests is the 5. So we've got that, but then this needs to be something else. But for now, we could leave it as this, even though it's not going to be this. As long as I have it consistent, I can worry about having it be truly consistent later. Let's see. So I want this, and I want this, and I don't even have to... Yes, I do. Scroll. Copy, paste. I forgot to update feedback, didn't I? Fine, I'll do that by hand. And this is not going to be ABC, but it's going to follow the same pattern it needs to, similar as previously. Save. Then undo everything madly until it's back the way I had it. I think that got there. And over to verb test CPP, where I will get access to the early reflection instantiation. And that's here. There it is. And having saved this, I'm not sure why it's updating so poorly. And before you ask, there's no real point in doing a 2x2 householder matrix. It's basically nothing. So here it's time to update all of this stuff appropriately. There you go. We're going to want that. But it's going to be the correct letters, which we don't currently have. So we're going to have some of that. This is going away. And what we were using for this would be what it was. And copy that, stick it up here. This section, the early gets changed to D3. This section, the early gets changed to C3. This section, feedback, gets changed to F3. And we select the whole lot of this and put it where it belongs. Taking up less and less space. I can tidy this all up later, and it probably will. Copy. Paste. We have not instantiated this correctly. There we go. And undo the heck out of everything until we can put this back. Close that. first we're going to see whether, let's see, reverbs. Run over to where we've got a 5x5 defined. So verb 6s, but, oh no, this is the CPP. Okay, so fine. We'll save view. We'll go back to the H file. Where we define things and then instantiate them. We've got it set up so that if we don't have the defined there, like if we don't have any of these things defined, it will run, but it will pass through dry audio. And I can demonstrate that by building. And having built, it runs, it's just dry. And of course, this is still our grandiose reverb plugin. So if we do stick in a 6x6, this is a new one which you have not yet heard. Oh, don't need to do it twice though. We can just as quickly and this should work, we will hear a reverb because we have defined the 6x6 matrix. And then if we go into the 5x5, and define that, and build, it has not crashed, it's defined its variables, it's instantiated them. Oh, hang on. I have to open this program to make it work. So this is going to be an interesting little trial. It has not defined the 6x6, so we have dry. But all the variables are there ready to go. Similarly, if we define a 4x4, oh, okay, so that's why we can't do that yet. No matter. Define the 4x4 and build. It builds, it runs. We've got a very large, I don't know why it says constant. Oh, I know why it says that. I know why it says that, and it's harmless. Verb 6s, and it plays because it doesn't have the reverb code in there. And then if we go to, let's say, 3x3, copy. This is like the early reflections. This is a little close-up thing, although in this case it's a fairly long set of decays. And we've missed something. What do we missed there? Well, here's where everything gets defined. 5x5, 4x4. 3, I bet I know what happened. Excuse me. Cleaning up a little bit. Don't mind me, this should be pretty straightforward. And we'll call it D3 while we're at it. Okay, so let's see if that builds. Nope, and I bet I know why. H is still not quite what it should be. And I'm pretty sure it's because I should be using A rather than D for that to be consistent. So let's give that a try then. See if this works. And again. Can we build? Looks like we can. So then we got that, and we build, and it succeeds. And since we don't have audio code for these things, what's going to happen is we hear dry. And since we've done all of this, let's scroll over to here. One of these that we have not heard before. Copy and paste. And I'm up to something, and you'll see. And short for echo. And we've instantiated the 6x6 matrix. And we get a reverb. And we've also defined all the variables we're going to need to use for the 3x3 matrix at the same time. Which means that I'll be able to run the 3x3 matrix and the 6x6 matrix at the same time. Which means I'll be able to run the 3x3 into the 4x4, into the 5x5, into the 6x6 at the same time, which is probably how I'm going to release this one when it's done. So I've got a bunch of work to do, but you've seen me do some of the basics. The rest is going to be copying over the code from inside the CCP files. I can even show you what it looks like. Here, I will quit out of here, having made my point. Like we can look at verb 4s here. There's its instantiations, but our instantiation looks more like this. Oh no, that's verb 4s again. What am I doing? We've got it sort of finagled over, and then what I'm going to be doing is copying this stuff, and everywhere that it says AAL, it's going to say A4L, or A4BL, A4CL, etc. The feedback is going to be F4AL. all of those changes, many of them are going to be find and replace. I think a bunch of them are going to be tedious, picky work of putting a bunch of stuff in there. At which point, if you were able to run into the matrix and generate your reverbs like this, you can generate reverbs for 6x6s, 5x5s, 4x4s, and 3x3s, paste them into the code for verb 6s that I've got there in any combination, and run whatever that produces. You're going to have to be able to compile the VST or audio unit. But if you can do that, you can load anything from here into it, and it should just work. Assuming your computer is big. Like if you can do the, I've got a fancy one back over here in the coding stream section. I'm going to quit out of the matrix. So these are basically just the templates for what I'm going to be using. I can quit out of that. I can save that and actually quit out of Xcode. I can close Shuttle. Well, not for long, but I will be able to close it a little bit. And I'll be combining all of these things together. But one like this, we're not using all the same techniques as the previous one, because this one is using, it's one of the 6x6s, but it's also a layered 6x6. This is the one where I'm using the K-Cosmos code expanded to 6x6. So what I'm going to show you, assuming it works, I believe it worked last time I tried, and it's probably not so easily available here, but maybe it is. Yes, it is. There it is, right there. This is K-Cosmos, but as twin 6x6 matrices. Assuming it works. It's not the best impulse there, but so that's the K-Cosmos technique for the input there. I bet it still got a bug in the previous one too, which might be worth attending to. That's something that I can attend to now. Let's look in this section and see whether the instantiation, oh no, well, at least in the E section I got it covered. No, this is debugged. This one's debugged. Oh no, no, it's not. Oh, it's not. Look at that. All of these things, easy AR, etc., but these still only say delay Y. This is the bug that I had from before. Time to fix it. I'm going to fix it before going and having tacos. And then we'll maybe play with new sounds of it. This will cause some problems if I don't have this. I'm glad that I caught that. Bada-boom. Alrighty, so build a new instance. Now it instantiates all its variables properly, which it's supposed to be able to do. I will end up coming up with better sounds. But before I do, so here's the thing. This is 36 plus 36 delayed tanks. Full wet, don't care about pre-delay. Full early reflections, because that's a whole entire separate thing. We'll leave filter off. Deres doesn't have to matter. Regen could be low or high, doesn't matter. Early reflection sounds better at about 0.5 really. And there you have it. And if you can run this, which is two separate, distinct 6x6 matrices, you could run the verb 6s, which has a 6x6, 5x5, 4x4, and 3x3 that you can all use parallel. Except for, but wait, there's more. Because the thing is, with verb 6 set up the way that it is, and I don't have the audio code in there yet, you could run a big spacey reverb on the 6x6 and then run the 3x3 as a giant, huge mega delay. And what it will do is it will spit out spaced out, distant bursts of echo, which each of those will fire the 6x6 giant echo separately. Or you could have a small one and then it would be like weirdly spaced slapbacks with or without regeneration. And yeah, there are many possibilities for that. It's going to be essentially a reverb test bed. So I'm going to try to set it up so that each of the different ones sustains about the same as the other ones, so that they can be comparable and so that we can run different variations through it and measure them against each other. But that's one of the things that's going to become available. Or if you take the reverb and build your own and just sort of hard code in the algorithms that you want, you could do that thing like running the 6x6 and maybe like feeding it with a 4x4 or something, and it'll just spread out. It'll spread out enormously. And I think it would be quite interesting to do the 3x3 as incredibly long delayed, because technically you should be able to put in, I wonder if I can test that. Probably not. I don't have the code for the 3x3s up and running yet, but sorry about that. Should be able to run a big giant reverb and have, say, the 3x3 matrix feeding it to the point that instead of having one sound kicking off the big reverb, you've got extended, distant, stereo bouncing sounds firing off the big reverb. And that will be a very interesting way, a distinct way of doing the stereo widening, other than what you'd get in, say, Galactic, because Galactic is doing the stereo widening with a chorus effect. But this would be doing the stereo widening with a 3x3 householder matrix, in which the echoes on each channel are not nearly the same. They'll be quite different. Meaning that a mono sound is going to be firing off hard left and hard right echoes, which themselves would then go into the other reverb. So that could end up being quite interesting. At least I have high hopes for it. And I'm glad I got as far as I did. Like what with Let's see, we'll open it up again. I probably will just end up continuing to call it verb sixes. Why not? But the fact that I was able to do this, the fact that I was able to punch in the 3x3 and I've updated its variables so that it's what I need, the rest of it is going to be just a bunch of laborious work. Again, what I mean by that is all of those reverb tanks are now labeled A3, whereas all these other ones need to be updated to say A4, A5, A6, and you can't necessarily, well, in some cases maybe you can. You can't necessarily just go in and be like, let me just replace the letter A with A3. It might screw things up in a weird way. And I will demonstrate what I mean by that. Like, here's a code. So in this section, I could replace just A with A3. With this section, I could replace it because it isn't showing up in the definition of double. That's not a letter that shows up there. It doesn't show up in the word out, so this is actually looking better and better. Although, yeah, it would show up in regen A, so I might need to do something about that first. Such as not even have it be there, because we don't have to have it called regen A, do we? Can I edit all in scope? Probably still builds. That still builds. Now there's no A in there. Oh, but there's one in Bez Samp L, isn't there? However, that's something that could be edited too. As long as I can remove A's from all of this code, I can just search and replace. It will end up going into Airwindows. This will end up coming out. It won't come out today, and I'll tell you why, but this will end up coming out. And all of these things, there will be a special version for each size of it, and it'll go from small to large, being that the 6x6 will be the final reverb of all things. And if you can run, if I can run that early reflections combined with main reverb of the 6x6s, that's 72 delay tanks. Whereas this would be, what, 36 plus 25 plus 16 plus 9. So it's 72 delay tanks versus a total of 86, which is actually larger than in KBeyond, but all the same. Feels like that could be amusing. Feels like maybe I can get something happening there. I don't know, but, well, technically, no, I can do a torture test for this. So let's save this, quit out of here. It's not quite taco time just yet. If I can run 2 instances of KBeyond in an effect stack, I'll be able to run that and more. Let's find out. This is the meanest thing I've done to this poor little computer in a while. And here's a little about what kind of computer this is that's able to run this. KBeyond, and then another KBeyond. 2 instances. Will it fall over and die? It does not. Went into feedback. came back. Eight gigabytes of RAM, 2.53 gigahertz Intel Core i5 is running 2 instances of this, which suggests it will be able to run the final thing at full crank. Which means hopefully other people will be able to run that as well. I can't guarantee it. They'll be running probably the VST, a lot of them, and stuff, but yeah, if all of that runs, 2 instances on this pathetically tiny computer, it should be able to do many other things besides, and it should be able to run with verb 6s, which is your test bed for being, if you can get it to compile somehow, and that you're on your own with that, then you can paste in the outputs from into the matrix in any combination, 1 at a time, or 3s into 6s, or 4s into 5s, whatever your heart desires. Any combination of those things. The smaller ones will be easier to handle. You don't get to double them. You don't get to do 2 different variations on 6x6. But it'll do all the combinations of those things. And it's just going to be a bunch of tedious work for me putting it together, but it looks doable. And so happy birthday to me. Because this is June 5th, and this is in fact my birthday. So I got that up and running as my little birthday present to me and to all the rest of you. Talk to you later. I'll put out something for this weekend. I doubt it's going to be that. It's too much work. We'll see. Later.